The Patriarch'S Promise. By Michael. Front matter. To the silent whisperers of faith, the questioners in the wilderness, and the weary travelers who find solace in a promise whispered on the wind. This story is for those who understand that the greatest journeys are not always across vast deserts, but within the landscapes of the human heart. It is for the ones who have wrestled with doubt in the quiet hours of the night, who have stumbled in their steps but continued to seek the divine light, and who have learned that obedience, though sometimes agonizing, is the truest path to understanding. May the echoes of Abraham's unwavering trust, Isaac's quiet resilience, and Jacob's persistent struggle inspire you to embrace your own covenant, to persevere through trials, and to find the sacred in the everyday. This narrative is offered as a testament to the enduring power of faith, the redemptive arc of flawed humanity, and the ceaseless, loving pursuit of a God who calls us by name, even when we bear the marks of our struggles. For all who seek the unseen, and find Him in the unfolding tapestry of life, this is for you. Chapter 1. The Call to the Unseen. The air in Ur was thick, not just with the dust of commerce that swirled from its cigarettes and busy marketplaces, but with the scent of 1,000 competing devotions. Temples, grand and imposing, dedicated to Sin the moon god, Ishtar the goddess of love and war, and a pantheon of lesser deities, punctuated the skyline. Incense, heavy and cloying, mingled with the aroma of roasting meats and the sharp tang of refuse from the narrow alleys. Life in Ur, the jewel of Mesopotamia, was a vibrant, chaotic tapestry woven with threads of prosperity, superstition, and an unyielding adherence to tradition. Within this vibrant sprawl, Abram lived a life that, by all outward appearances, was one of comfort and respectability. His family, the clan of Terah, held a position of standing. They were not kings or priests, but merchants, their wealth accumulated through shrewd dealings in wool, grain, and perhaps even the more exotic spices that found their way along the trade routes. Abram's home was substantial, likely built of sun-baked brick, its rooms arranged around a central courtyard where sunlight streamed down, a stark contrast to the shadowed interiors. He had a wife, Sarai, a woman of beauty and dignity, whose presence lent grace to their household. He had possessions, fine linens, gleaming copper vessels, perhaps even slaves to manage the household and assist with his father's business. He had a place within the intricate social fabric of Ur. Yet, beneath the veneer of a settled life, a disquiet stirred within him. It was a subtle thing, a murmur rather than a shout, a persistent itch at the edges of his awareness. The rituals of Ur, the fervent prayers offered to statues carved by human hands, the elaborate festivals designed to appease capricious gods, they felt hollow. He participated, of course. To do otherwise would be to invite suspicion, to mark oneself as an outsider in a society that prized conformity. He would join the crowds before the temples, offering the prescribed prayers, burning the customary incense. But in the quiet moments, when the clamor of the city faded and he was alone with his thoughts, a profound sense of emptiness would wash over him. He would watch the sun ascend, painting the eastern sky with hues of rose and gold, and feel a strange disconnect from the pronouncements of priests who claimed to interpret the will of sin. He would observe the stars, an impossibly vast and intricate celestial dance, and wonder if the creators of such majesty could truly be represented by the crude idols that lined the temple walls. There was a longing, a deep, unarticulated yearning for something more, something truer. It was a restlessness that no amount of worldly success or social standing could quell. His father, Terah, was a man deeply rooted in the traditions of Ur. He likely saw the world as a fixed entity, governed by established laws and the whims of the gods as they understood them. He saw Abram's quiet contemplation not as a sign of spiritual seeking, but perhaps as a youthful preoccupation, a phase that would pass with maturity and the burdens of responsibility. Terah's own faith was the faith of his fathers, a comfort and a bulwark against the uncertainties of life. The idea of questioning the very foundations of their shared reality would have been unthinkable, perhaps even blasphemous. The gods of Ur were intimately tied to the land, to the cycles of the river, to the fertility of the crops, to the fortunes of war. They were gods who demanded appeasement, who could be bought with sacrifice, whose favor could be earned through diligent observance of rites. But Abram found himself increasingly drawn to a different conception, a nascent whisper of a God who was not confined to a temple, not appeased by ritual, but who was perhaps greater. A God who might exist beyond the visible, beyond the tangible, beyond the very city walls that defined his world. This internal searching was not a rejection of his family or his heritage, but rather a profound and unsettling realization that the prevailing worldview, so deeply ingrained in the fabric of could not satisfy the deepest longings of his soul. He saw the anxieties of his neighbors, their constant efforts to placate deities who seemed indifferent to their suffering, their lives dictated by omens and portents. There had to be something more than this perpetual cycle of fear and appeasement. The seeds of divine discontent were sown not in an outward rebellion, but in an inward stirring. It was a dissatisfaction with the limitations of the known, a yearning for an encounter with the ultimate reality. He would walk by the Euphrates, its waters flowing with a relentless, ancient power, and feel a kinship with its inexorable journey. He found himself increasingly drawn to moments of solitude, to the vast expanse of the night sky, to the quiet contemplation of the human heart. These were not conscious acts of defiance, but rather the involuntary responses of a spirit reaching out, seeking something it could not yet name. He was a man seemingly content with his possessions, his family, his place in the world, yet within him, a profound spiritual restlessness had taken root. It was a subtle dissonance, a melody unheard by others, but one that resonated deep within Abram's being. It was the faint, persistent hum of a call, not yet a thunderclap, but an intriguing whisper, a promise of something more, something that would ultimately lead him away from the familiar comforts of towards a destiny he could not possibly comprehend. The polytheistic landscape of was a complex and deeply ingrained aspect of daily life. Every facet of existence, from the mundane act of drawing water from the river to the grand pronouncements of kings, was understood through the lens of divine influence. The ziggurat, a towering testament to human ambition and religious devotion, loomed over the city, its steps reaching towards the heavens, a physical manifestation of the people's desire to connect with the divine realm. It was a place of sacrifice, of fervent prayer, of a constant, almost desperate, effort to maintain favor with the gods who controlled their destinies. Abram, though outwardly participating in the religious life of found himself increasingly detached from its core tenets. He would witness the elaborate processions, the chanting of priests, the offerings of livestock and precious goods, and a sense of bewilderment would settle upon him. The sheer multiplicity of gods, each with their own demands and spheres of influence, struck him as chaotic and ultimately insufficient. How could the divine, the ultimate source of order and creation, be so fractured, so inconsistent? He observed the fear that permeated the city. Fear of drought, fear of flood, fear of disease, fear of the anger of a god. This pervasive anxiety, coupled with the elaborate rituals designed to ward off misfortune, highlighted for Abram the fundamental lack of true peace and security within their system of belief. The gods were powerful, yes, but they were also seen as fickle, easily angered, requiring constant appeasement. This did not feel like a relationship founded on love or unwavering trust, but on a precarious bargain. His own inner questioning was not born of intellectual arrogance, but of a deep-seated yearning for a more profound and consistent truth. He found himself pondering the very nature of existence, the origins of the cosmos, the purpose of life. These were questions that the prevailing religious discourse of focused as it was on immediate concerns and appeasement, did not adequately address. The deities of were patrons, guardians, powers to be reckoned with, but they rarely offered a vision of ultimate redemption or unconditional love. The narrative of his early life in therefore, is not one of overt rebellion, but of a subtle, internal divergence. He was a man caught between two worlds, the world of his birth and upbringing, deeply embedded in the traditions and beliefs of Mesopotamia, and a nascent awareness of a different, greater reality. This awareness manifested not as grand pronouncements, but as quiet contemplation, as a persistent sense of unease with the status quo. He would observe the skilled artisans in the marketplace, their hands shaping clay into intricate forms, their mastery evident in every detail. He recognized the human capacity for creation, for ingenuity, for understanding the physical world. But he also felt a profound sense of wonder about the source of that capacity, the ultimate intelligence behind the design of the universe. Could this intelligence be captured in a statue? Could it be appeased by a burnt offering? The questions gnawed at him, not with aggression, but with a quiet persistence. The whisper, as it began to manifest, was not a voice from the heavens, nor a blinding vision. It was more akin to an intuition, a subtle shift in his internal landscape. It was the feeling that the divine was not merely an external force to be managed, but an intimate presence that could be known, a source of truth that transcended the limitations of human understanding. This nascent call was intriguing, a siren song that drew his attention away from the familiar rhythms of towards a path that was yet unknown, yet undeniably beckoning. He was, by all outward measures, a man of substance in His father, Terah, was a respected figure, and Abram himself was involved in the family's prosperous trade. His home was likely well appointed, his future secure within the established order of the city. He possessed the tangible markers of success in his society: wealth, family, a recognized social standing. He was, in many ways, a man who had seemingly arrived. Yet, this worldly contentment was increasingly overshadowed by a growing spiritual dissatisfaction. The vibrant, polytheistic milieu of with its myriad gods and intricate rituals, no longer resonated with the deeper stirrings of his soul. He saw the fervent devotion of his people, the elaborate ceremonies, the constant anxieties about appeasing divine powers, and felt a profound disconnect. The gods of were tied to the land, to the city, to specific human endeavors, and demanded constant, often fearful, attention. They were powers to be managed, not a source of ultimate peace or unconditional love. This spiritual restlessness was not a sudden affliction, but a slow, persistent germination. It began in the quiet hours, perhaps while gazing at the impossibly distant stars, or while watching the inexorable flow of the Euphrates. He would find himself questioning the efficacy of the idols that adorned the temples, the pronouncements of priests who claimed to interpret the will of capricious deities. Where was the justice? Where was the enduring truth? The constant cycle of appeasement and fear, the very foundation of religious life, began to feel profoundly unsatisfying. He was a man who seemed content, outwardly, with his possessions, his family, his established position. He participated in the rituals, offered the prescribed sacrifices, and lived according to the customs of his people. To do otherwise would be to court ostracism, to invite suspicion in a society that valued conformity. Yet, within the confines of his own heart, a different dialogue was unfolding. It was a dialogue with an unseen reality, a nascent awareness of a divine presence that transcended the limited, anthropomorphic deities of his homeland. This was not a conscious rejection of his heritage, but a profound yearning for something more authentic, something more real. He sensed a spiritual hunger that the offerings of could not satisfy. The whispers began subtly, not as a thunderous command, but as a persistent, intriguing murmur in the depths of his being. It was a feeling, an intuition, a quiet insistence that there was a God beyond the pantheon of a God of infinite power and perhaps, of infinite grace. This God was not confined to a temple, nor appeased by mere ritual, but was the ultimate creator, the source of all truth and order. The seeds of this divine discontent were sown in the fertile ground of Abram's contemplative nature. While others were content with the familiar rhythms of worship and superstition, Abram found himself increasingly drawn to questions of ultimate meaning. He saw the human capacity for art, for building, for understanding the natural world, and he pondered the source of this intelligence. Could such a grand design truly be attributed to a multitude of warring, capricious gods? The notion began to take root, a persistent whisper in his heart, that there was a singular, sovereign divine power, a God who was not merely a patron of but the architect of the cosmos itself. This burgeoning awareness set him apart, a subtle dissonance in the grand symphony of his accustomed life, hinting at a radical departure yet to come. The oppressive heat of Mesopotamia was a constant, a palpable weight that pressed down upon the land and its inhabitants. Even at the fringes of where the cultivated fields surrendered to the encroaching desert, the air shimmered with an almost unbearable intensity. It was here, amidst the cracked earth and sparse, resilient scrub, that Abram found himself increasingly drawn. The city, with its bustling markets and towering ziggurats, with its cacophony of human endeavors and competing devotions, began to feel like a cage. His spirit, restless and yearning for a truth that eluded the grasp of the city's myriad deities, sought solace in the vast, untamed silence of the wilderness. He would venture out, his loyal wife Sarai often watching him go with a mixture of concern and understanding. The elders of his clan, men like his father Terah, saw his excursions as peculiar, perhaps even a sign of overindulgence or an unproductive detachment from the business of life. They understood the land as a resource to be managed, the desert as a barrier to be overcome, a harsh reality to be endured through prayer and sacrifice. For them, true communion with the divine was confined within the sacred precincts of the temples, enacted through established rites and mediated by the priestly class. But for Abram, the immensity of the desert spoke a language that the priests of Ur could never comprehend. The sheer scale of the landscape was, in itself, a form of revelation. Under the relentless gaze of the sun, the world seemed to expand infinitely in all directions, humbling the aspirations of man and diminishing the perceived importance of his man-made structures. The sky, an impossibly vast canvas of azure by day and a velvet tapestry studded with diamond-like stars by night, hinted at a grandeur that no earthly ziggurat could ever hope to emulate. He would sit for hours, the dry wind whipping at his robes, tracing the constellations with his eyes, his mind wrestling with the immensity of it all. Was this cosmic order, this breathtaking expanse, truly the work of a collection of squabbling, anthropomorphic deities whose primary concerns seemed to be the whims of men? Or was there a singular, overarching intelligence, a divine architect whose presence was palpable in the very fabric of creation, yet utterly beyond human representation? It was in one of these solitary wanderings, far from the clamor of Ur, where the only sounds were the whisper of the wind and the crunch of his own footsteps on the parched earth, that it happened. The sun was beginning its descent, painting the western sky in fiery hues of orange and crimson, casting long, distorted shadows across the desolate terrain. A profound sense of isolation settled upon him, not a fearful loneliness, but a deep, resonant solitude that invited introspection. It was in this state of quiet receptivity, his heart open and his mind stilled, that he heard it. It was not a sound that assaulted the ears, but a resonance that vibrated within his very being. It was a voice, yet not a voice that was spoken aloud. It was a profound communication that bypassed the auditory senses and spoke directly to the core of his consciousness. The initial impact was a wave of awe, so potent it threatened to overwhelm him. He instinctively looked around, half expecting to see a figure emerge from the shimmering heat or a celestial being descend from the heavens. But there was nothing, only the endless expanse of the desert and the fading light. Then came the words, clear and undeniable, yet somehow interwoven with the very essence of his thoughts. Lech leka, miartsacha umamaladteka yumtherbedavicha, el haaretz asher araeka. Go forth from your land, and from your birthplace, and from your father's house, to the land that I will show you. Abram froze, his breath catching in his throat. The message was astonishing in its simplicity and its audacity. It was a command, absolute and unequivocal, yet delivered with a tenderness that belied its severity. The voice, if it could be called that, was imbued with an authority that resonated with an ancient, primal power, a power far exceeding that of any earthly ruler or any god worshipped in Ur. It was a voice that spoke of an origin beyond the confines of human history, a source of being that was eternal and all-encompassing. Disbelief warred with an undeniable sense of recognition. This was not a hallucination, not a figment of his restless imagination. It was a direct encounter, a divine address that pierced through the layers of his doubt and his ingrained skepticism. The gods of Ur, with their demanding rituals and their often contradictory dictates, seemed suddenly and irrevocably distant, like shadows fading in the face of a blinding dawn. This voice, this presence, was different. It was not a plea for appeasement, nor a demand for sacrifice. It was a call to a destiny, a path laid out by a power that knew him, that had chosen him. He knelt there, the rough sand scratching against his knees, his mind reeling. The implications of the command began to dawn on him, each one more staggering than the last. Leave Ur, the city that had been his home, the center of his world, the source of his family's prosperity. Leave his father, Terra, his kin, his social standing, the very life he had known. The thought was terrifying, a dizzying prospect that threatened to unravel the carefully woven fabric of his existence. He was a man of substance, a respected merchant. What would become of him, a solitary wanderer in a hostile land? And the destination, the land that I will show you. It was a land unknown, unspecified, a journey into the ultimate uncertainty. There were no maps, no guides, only a divine directive and the promise of guidance. It was a leap of faith so profound it beggared belief, a commitment to an unseen future guided by an unseen hand. Yet, even as fear clawed at him, a countercurrent of exhilarating possibility began to surge. This was what he had been searching for, the elusive truth, the deeper meaning that had eluded him in the bustling streets of Ur. This was the answer to the silent questions that had plagued his soul. The divine voice continued, its message now unfolding with a breathtaking scope. It was not merely a command to depart, but a bestowal of purpose. Visimcha lagoi gadal, uaverictica vagita shmek vahaya breka, uverchu bacha kol mishbekat haadama. And I will make you into a great nation, and I will bless you and make your name great, and you shall be a blessing. And all the families of the earth shall be blessed through you. A great nation. Abram, a single man, was to be the progenitor of a nation. The concept was almost incomprehensible. He had no children, and Sarai, his wife, was barren. How could such a promise be fulfilled? Yet, the voice did not waver. It spoke of blessing, not just for him, but through him, extending to all the peoples of the earth. This was not a localized, tribal deity, concerned only with the fortunes of its chosen city. This was a universal power, whose covenant would have ramifications that stretched across the entire globe, embracing all of humanity. He felt a profound shift within himself, a recalibration of his very identity. He was no longer just Abram, son of Terah, merchant of Ur. He was Abram, chosen by the Creator of all, entrusted with a divine mandate. The weight of the command was immense, but it was balanced by the immensity of the promise. A sense of destiny, previously a faint whisper, now roared within him. The desert, which had seemed merely an empty, barren space, now felt charged with divine presence, its stark immensity a fitting backdrop for a revelation of such cosmic proportion. The harshness of the environment, the unforgiving sun, the vast, empty horizon, all served to underscore the magnitude of the divine call. There was no sanctuary here, no comforting idol, no familiar ritual to cling to. It was a pure, unmediated encounter between the human soul and the divine. The desert wind, which had always been a symbol of the wild, untamed forces of nature, now carried the echoes of an eternal promise, a whisper of a future that would transcend the limitations of his present. He spent the rest of the twilight hours wrestling with the enormity of it all. He thought of Sarai, her gentle strength, her unwavering support. How would she react? He considered his father, his clan, the traditions they held so dear. He knew the disruption this would cause, the inevitable conflict with the established order. Yet, the divine word was etched into his soul. To disobey was unthinkable, not out of fear of punishment, but out of a newfound, profound reverence and an irresistible pull towards the divine will. As the first stars began to prick the darkening sky, the voice spoke one last time, its message now a gentle but firm reinforcement of the initial command. Kum, shalek el haaretz ki licha itena. Arise, go to the land, for to you I will give it. The words resonated with a sense of urgency, a call to action. The time for contemplation was over. The time for obedience had begun. The desert wind, which had carried the divine message, now seemed to urge him onward, a silent herald of the momentous journey that lay before him. He rose, his body stiff, his mind ablaze with a mixture of trepidation and exhilaration. The path ahead was shrouded in mystery, fraught with challenges, but illuminated by a divine promise that was already beginning to reshape the very contours of his being. He turned his face, not towards the distant lights of Ur, but towards the vast, beckoning expanse of the unknown. The immensity of the divine command settled upon Abram like the desert dust, clinging to his every thought, shaping his every intention. To leave Ur was not merely a physical relocation, it was an severing of roots, a tearing away from the very soil that had nourished his lineage for generations. The weight of ancestral heritage pressed down upon him, the echoes of countless lives lived and loved within the shadow of the ziggurats, their stories interwoven with the very fabric of the city. How could he, Abram, a single man, sever himself from such a profound continuum? The notion was almost heretical, a violation of the unspoken covenant between a man and his forebears. His land, Artsakh, was more than just territory, it was the repository of his identity, the silent witness to his birth, his growth, his very being. His birthplace, Maladtekha, was the cradle of his memories, the repository of childhood laughter, the scent of his mother's cooking, the familiar rhythm of daily life. And his father's house, Beit Avicha, was the anchor of his world, the symbol of stability, the source of his authority and his place within the clan. To abandon these was to abandon himself. The tension between this deeply ingrained loyalty to kin and the absolute, undeniable imperative of the divine voice was a crunching battle within his soul. He saw his father, Terah, a man whose life had been dedicated to the traditions of Ur, to the meticulous worship of its gods, to the preservation of their ancestral lands. Terah, who carried the wisdom of years, whose gaze held the quiet authority of a patriarch. How could he explain this radical departure to him? How could he face the bewilderment, the potential anger, the profound disappointment that would undoubtedly cloud his father's eyes? The elders of his clan, men who had known him since his youth, who had celebrated his triumphs and mourned his losses, would surely deem him mad, a prodigal son chasing phantoms in the desert wind. Their pronouncements would be swift and harsh, cloaking their fear and disapproval in the guise of righteous judgment. The social fabric of Ur, intricate and ancient, was not to be frayed by the whim of one man, however compelling the urging. Yet, the voice persisted, a constant, unwavering presence that eclipsed all earthly considerations. It was a call to something greater, something that transcended the familiar boundaries of home and family. The promise, to the land that I will show you, held a seductive allure, a promise of discovery, of a destiny yet unwritten. This was the yearning that had gnawed at him for so long, the silent question that had echoed in the vast emptiness of his heart. The divine command was not a capricious decree, but an invitation to a higher purpose, a purpose that, however daunting, resonated with a truth he could no longer deny. The preparations for departure were shrouded in a peculiar blend of urgency and sorrow. There was no grand announcement, no public declaration of his intentions. The divine instruction was a deeply personal covenant, and its execution was to be as discreet as possible, a gradual disentanglement from the life he was destined to leave behind. He spoke first to Sarai, his wife, the steadfast companion who had shared his dreams and his disquiet. Her reaction, though tinged with concern for the unknown perils that lay ahead, was marked by a profound faith in Abram's discernment. She had witnessed his inner turmoil, his relentless pursuit of a truth that eluded the grasp of their people. She had seen the spiritual hunger in his eyes, and in her heart, she recognized the profound significance of this divine encounter. Her quiet acceptance, her willingness to step into the void alongside him, was a source of immense strength. Slowly, meticulously, Abram began to gather the essentials for a journey of uncertain length and destination. Caravans were a common sight in Mesopotamia, their routes well-trodden paths connecting cities and settlements. But this journey was different. It was not a trade expedition, driven by profit and predictable horizons. It was a pilgrimage, guided by an unseen hand, its ultimate goal shrouded in mystery. He sold off assets that were too cumbersome, too deeply rooted in the life of Ur to be easily transplanted. He parceled out resources to those who would remain, ensuring their well-being in his absence, a gesture that was both practical and symbolic, a final act of severing the threads that bound him. The murmurs among his kin were unavoidable. Questions were posed, veiled accusations were hinted at, but Abram's resolve, fortified by the divine assurance, remained unyielding. The decision to bring his father, Terah, along was a complex one, born out of filial duty and a hope that his presence might somehow ease the transition for his clan, if not for himself. Terah, weakened by age and perhaps sensing the shifting tides of his son's spirit, acquiesced. He was a man of tradition, his life measured by the cycles of but a flicker of something new, something beyond the familiar rituals, seemed to have ignited within him as well, perhaps a subconscious recognition of the divine stirring within his own lineage. The journey began not with a dramatic exodus, but with the quiet departure of a small caravan, a collection of people and possessions moving deliberately across the dusty plains, leaving behind the familiar silhouette of against the vast Mesopotamian sky. The initial leg of their journey, eastward towards Haran, was a familiar route, a path trodden by merchants and travelers for centuries. The plains of Mesopotamia stretched before them, vast and undulating, a landscape that spoke of both bounty and hardship. The relentless sun beat down, the dust rose in choking clouds with every gust of wind, and the nights brought a stark, cold beauty as the stars emerged in their unimaginable multitude. This was a land that Abram knew, yet now it felt profoundly different. Every vista, every distant hill, seemed to be imbued with a new significance, a silent testament to the journey on which he was now embarked. The mundane became miraculous, the ordinary, extraordinary. The caravan moved at a pace dictated by the needs of the animals, the temperament of the travelers, and the ever-present concern for water and sustenance. Days blurred into a rhythmic cycle of packing and unpacking, of setting up and breaking down encampments. The conversations around the communal fires were a mixture of practical concerns and reminiscences. There were anxieties about the road ahead, about the unknown territories and the potential dangers that lurked beyond the fringes of settled lands. But there were also stories, the retelling of ancestral tales, the familiar sagas of heroes and gods that formed the cultural bedrock of their lives. As they journeyed, the weight of Abram's decision continued to press upon him. He observed his father, Terah, his movements slower now, his breathing more labored. There was a weariness in him that went beyond the physical toll of the journey. It was the weariness of a life lived in adherence to a path that was now being irrevocably altered, the quiet resignation of a man who, though clinging to the familiar, could not fully comprehend the forces that were reshaping his son's destiny. Terah spoke little of the divine call, his understanding rooted in the tangible world of rituals and lineage. Yet, in his silent presence, there was a poignant acknowledgement of a transition he could not control, a future that was unfolding beyond his grasp. The passage through Haran, a bustling trade hub, offered a temporary respite from the open plains. It was a city that mirrored in its vibrancy and its embrace of established traditions. For a time, the rhythm of their journey seemed to slow, the encampment near Haran becoming a more settled, though still temporary, abode. It was here, amidst the relative familiarity of a large city, that the fragility of human life became starkly apparent. Terah, his strength having gradually waned throughout the arduous trek, grew increasingly frail. The divine call, which had spurred Abram onward with such urgency, now presented him with a different kind of challenge, the profound human obligation to care for a beloved parent. The days spent in Haran were marked by Abram's devoted attention to his ailing father. He nursed him, he spoke to him, he ensured his comfort as much as was possible. Yet, as Terah's life ebbed, a profound sadness settled upon Abram. This was a man who had carried him, who had taught him the ways of the world, who had embodied the ancestral heritage Abram was now leaving behind. Terah's passing was a poignant reminder of the sacrifices involved in his obedience. It was a visceral understanding of, leaving all behind, not just possessions and land, but the living embodiments of his past, the cherished connections that anchored him to his history. The death of Terah in Haran brought the caravan's stay to a prolonged halt. The period of mourning was observed with the customs of their people, a somber ritual that underscored the profound sense of loss. For Abram, it was a moment of deep introspection. His father's passing, so far from the ancestral burial grounds of was itself a symbol of their displacement, a tangible marker of their departure from the established order. Yet, even in his grief, the divine imperative remained. Haran, though a significant stopping point, was not the promised destination. The voice, though quieter now, perhaps in deference to his sorrow, still resonated within him, a gentle but firm reminder of the path laid out. With the mourning period concluded, the caravan, now under Abram's sole leadership, prepared to move on. The grief was still a palpable presence, a shadow that walked with them, but it was interwoven with a renewed sense of purpose. The journey westward, towards Canaan, was uncharted territory for the bulk of the company. The desert plains gave way to more rugged terrain, the landscape becoming increasingly wild and unpredictable. The reliance on divine guidance became even more pronounced. There were no familiar landmarks, no established trade routes to follow. Their progress was dictated by the subtle shifts in the earth, the direction of the wind, the celestial patterns that illuminated the night sky. The trek across the Mesopotamian plains, even after leaving Haran, was a metaphor for the spiritual odyssey that lay before them. Each step was a testament to faith, each challenge overcome a building block in the foundation of their new existence. Abram observed the subtle dynamics within the caravan, the growing anxieties of some, the quiet resilience of others, the unwavering devotion of Sarai. He understood that his role extended beyond that of a mere leader of a caravan. He was the shepherd of a nascent community, the one entrusted with carrying forth a divine promise. The spiritual journey was as arduous as the physical one. There were moments of doubt, of overwhelming weariness. The vastness of the land, the apparent emptiness, could be a source of profound spiritual isolation, a stark contrast to the crowded, familiar streets of Ur. Yet, it was in this very emptiness that Abram found a deeper communion. The silence of the desert, once a symbol of desolation, now became a sacred space, a sanctuary where the divine voice could speak without the cacophony of human distractions. The journey was not just about reaching a physical destination, but about a profound inner transformation, a shedding of the old self and the embrace of a divinely ordained destiny. The sacrifices were immense, the path fraught with uncertainty, but the promise of a blessing that would extend to all the families of the earth, a promise whispered in the desert wind and etched into the very marrow of his bones, propelled him onward. The legacy of Terah, though mourned, was not erased, it was transformed, carried forward into a future that was yet to be revealed. The dust of Mesopotamia still clung to their cloaks, a gritty reminder of the journey undertaken, but as the caravan crested the final rise, a new panorama unfolded. Canaan, the very name, spoken by traders and whispered in hushed tones by those who ventured beyond the familiar Mesopotamian plains, now lay before Abram's eyes. It was not the ordered, settled landscape of the river valleys, nor the arid, unforgiving vastness of the deep desert they had traversed for so long. This land was a tapestry of rolling hills, verdant valleys, and scattered settlements, a place teeming with a life that felt both vibrant and, to Abram's keenly attuned senses, profoundly alien. The air itself seemed to carry a different scent, a mixture of rich soil, unfamiliar blossoms, and the ever-present tang of wood smoke from distant hearths. The initial impression was one of a land already possessed. Everywhere they looked, there were signs of habitation, of cultures deeply rooted and long established. Villages nestled in the folds of the hills, their structures of stone and sun-dried brick speaking of permanence. Fields, meticulously tilled, stretched out like patchwork quilts, showcasing the bounty of their cultivation. The people they saw, moving with a purpose that clearly indicated ownership, were unlike the peoples of Ur. Their clothing, their bearing, their very features seemed to speak of a different heritage, a different ancestral song. It was into this rich, established world that Abram and his kin now stepped, a small band of sojourners guided by a voice unheard by any but himself. The divine command to journey to Canaan was absolute, but the specifics of integration, of coexistence, were left to be discovered. Abram, who had left behind the gods of his fathers, the pantheon that had shaped the very foundations of Ur's society, now found himself in a land where countless deities were openly acknowledged, openly worshipped. The very earth seemed saturated with their presence, their stories woven into the fabric of daily life. The first significant encounter was not with a grand pronouncement or a formal reception, but with the subtle, yet undeniable, presence of their worship. As they made their way towards a fertile plain, a grove of trees came into view, unlike any Abram had seen before. They were ancient, their gnarled branches reaching towards the heavens like supplicating arms. At their base, arranged with deliberate care, were stones that had been smoothed by human hands, adorned with crude carvings. Incense, its scent sharp and pungent, wafted on the breeze, a clear indication of sacrifice and devotion. This was not the grand ziggurat of Ur, a monumental testament to a distant god, but something more intimate, more deeply embedded in the natural world. It spoke of a reverence for the tangible, for the spirits believed to inhabit the trees, the rocks, the very springs of water. Abram halted the caravan, his gaze fixed on the grove. He felt a stirring within him, a profound recognition of the spiritual impulse, yet simultaneously, a clear delineation of his own path. These were the gods of the land, the ancient powers that held sway here. His God, the one who had called him from Ur, was not among them. He saw his people looking at him, their eyes reflecting a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. They, too, had left behind the familiar gods, but the vibrant, omnipresent worship of Canaan was a stark and immediate contrast to the spiritual void of their nomadic existence. This land, Abram declared, his voice carrying across the silent assembly, is not empty of spirit, but its spirits are not our spirits. The Lord who has brought us here, he alone shall be our God. It was a bold declaration, spoken into the very air that was saturated with the worship of others. He felt the weight of his words, the responsibility they carried. He was not merely a leader of a caravan, he was the standard-bearer of a covenant, the one tasked with establishing a unique relationship between his God and this new territory. He instructed his men to make camp a suitable distance from the grove, a respectful separation that acknowledged the presence of others while maintaining his own spiritual integrity. The following morning, before the sun had fully risen, Abram took a shovel and a small offering of grain. He walked to a prominent spot, a place that seemed to command a view of the surrounding hills, a place that felt chosen, even before he had placed his foot upon it. He began to dig. The soil was rich, yielding easily to his efforts. He dug not just a shallow pit, but a space that would serve as a foundation. As he worked, he spoke. He did not speak to the people gathered to watch, nor to the unseen inhabitants of the grove. He spoke to the Lord, his voice a low murmur, yet filled with an unwavering conviction. He recounted the journey, the divine promises, and then, with deliberate intent, he laid the foundation of an altar. He piled stones, not those already sanctified by other hands, but stones he selected, stones that felt solid and true. He shaped them, arranged them, building a simple, unadorned structure. To the Lord who appeared to me on the way, who has brought me to this land, he proclaimed as he placed the final stone. This place is now set apart. This altar is a testament to his name. The act was a declaration of sovereignty, not of land in a territorial sense, but of spiritual allegiance. It was a claim staked not with banners and swords, but with worship and dedication. The Canaanites, when they eventually saw it, would understand. This was a mark of a stranger, a worshipper of a different God. It was a sign that said, "We are here, and we serve the unseen." The building of altars became a recurring motif in their early sojourn in Canaan. Each time they moved to a new, promising location, a place where the land seemed to beckon with sustenance, Abram would repeat the ritual. He would choose a prominent site, and with the help of his people, he would construct an altar to the Lord. These were not grand temples, but simple, open-air structures, designed to be seen, to be acknowledged. They were markers of divine favor, points of contact between the mortal and the eternal, erected in a land teeming with the palpable presence of other gods. The encounters with the established peoples were varied. Some were wary, their gazes filled with suspicion at these newcomers who worshipped a singular, invisible deity. They were accustomed to a vibrant pantheon, to gods that manifested in storms, in harvests, in the very cycles of nature. The concept of one God, who dwelled not in a specific mountain or river, but who was omnipresent, who commanded the very fabric of existence, was foreign, perhaps even unsettling. There were merchants who passed through, their caravans laden with goods from distant lands. They would exchange news, their eyes often lingering on the distinct architecture of Abram's altars, on the quiet devotion of his followers. They spoke of the rulers of the cities, of the kings who held sway over different regions, of the complex web of alliances and rivalries that characterized Canaanite society. They spoke of the gods worshipped in those cities, each with their specific domains and spheres of influence. Baal, the powerful storm god, was frequently mentioned, his favor sought for rain and fertility. Asherah, the mother goddess, was revered for her life-giving powers. Dagon, god of grain, was invoked for abundance. Abram listened, his heart heavy with the knowledge of the spiritual darkness that enveloped the land. He saw the people offering sacrifices, performing rituals, seeking the favor of beings that could not, ultimately, offer the true salvation and purpose he had found. Yet, he also saw their humanity, their longing for prosperity, for protection, for a connection to the divine, however misguided. He recognized that his mission was not to condemn, but to reveal. One such encounter involved a community nestled near a fertile plain, a place where the local chieftain, a man named Melchizedek, held a position of unique authority. The name itself, Melchizedek, meaning, King of Righteousness, resonated with Abram. As they approached, they saw an impressive sight, a city built atop a hill, its walls robust, its houses well ordered. And at its center, a sanctuary that stood apart, not in its grandeur, but in its peculiar focus. As Abram and his entourage drew near, a delegation emerged from the city, led by Melchizedek himself. He was a man of dignified bearing, his robes simple yet regal, his eyes holding a wisdom that seemed to transcend the temporal. He was not a warrior king, but a priest king, a figure who embodied both temporal authority and spiritual leadership. "Greetings, traveler," Melchizedek said, his voice calm and clear. "You have come to our land, a land known for its many gods. Yet, the altars you raise speak of a different devotion. You do not offer sacrifice to Baal, nor do you seek the favor of Asherah. Who is the Lord you serve?" Abram, standing before this respected figure, felt a sense of profound peace. He did not feel the need to assert dominance, nor to fear judgment. He felt only the truth of his calling. "I serve the Most High God," Abram replied, meeting Melchizedek's gaze directly. "The Creator of heaven and earth. He who appeared to me and called me from my homeland, promising to bless all the families of the earth through me." Melchizedek listened intently, his expression one of deep contemplation. He did not scoff, nor did he dismiss Abram's words. Instead, he nodded slowly. "The Most High God," he mused. "A name spoken by few in these lands. We acknowledge his power, his preeminence above all others, though our worship often centers on those who govern the more immediate aspects of our lives." He then made a gesture, indicating for Abram to follow. They entered the city, and the contrast to the villages and scattered settlements they had seen was striking. There was a sense of order, of purpose, of a community that lived under a singular authority. Melchizedek led Abram not to a place of judgment, but to a place of communion. He led him to a table prepared with bread and wine. "You are a stranger in this land," Melchizedek said, as he offered Abram a portion of the bread. "But you are a worshipper of the Most High. We, too, acknowledge him. I offer you this bread and wine, a symbol of peace and fellowship. May your journey be blessed, and may the Most High God continue to guide your steps." Abram accepted the offering, his heart overflowing with gratitude. This was not merely a diplomatic gesture, it was a recognition of a shared spiritual truth, however nascent it might be in Melchizedek's understanding. Here, in the heart of Canaan, he had found a soul who, though immersed in the polytheistic landscape, acknowledged the ultimate sovereignty of the one God. He shared with Melchizedek the story of his call, the immense journey, and the divine promises. Melchizedek, in turn, shared his own understanding of the Most High, of his role as priest and king, and of the hope for a world that would live in righteousness under his dominion. It was a profound exchange, a moment of spiritual connection that transcended the cultural and religious divides. As they parted, Melchizedek gave Abram a blessing, a powerful pronouncement that echoed the divine promises Abram had received. "Blessed be Abram by God Most High, possessor of heaven and earth, and blessed be God Most High, who has delivered your enemies into your hand." This encounter was a turning point. It reinforced Abram's conviction that his God was not just his God, but the God of all creation. It showed him that even in lands steeped in polytheism, there were those who acknowledged a higher power, a singular divine authority. It gave him a glimpse of a future where his descendants would not be isolated in their faith, but would become a blessing to all nations, including the nations of Canaan. The building of altars continued, each one a silent prayer, a steadfast affirmation of his covenant in the face of a world that worshipped differently. He encountered communities that were initially hostile, their leaders wary of this new presence. But Abram's demeanor was not one of conquest or aggression. He was a sojourner, seeking a promised land, and his primary tools were faith and unwavering devotion to his God. In one instance, after establishing a new altar in a fertile valley, a group of local warriors, their spears glinting in the sun, approached. Their leader, a man with a stern countenance, demanded to know why Abram was encroaching upon their land and defiling it with his strange altars. "We do not defile," Abram responded calmly. "We consecrate. This land, and all lands, belong to the Lord. He has brought me here, and I build this altar to honor him." The warriors were perplexed. They were accustomed to gods who demanded appeasement, who were appeased by blood and fear. This man spoke of a God who commanded obedience and offered blessing. The leader, after a tense moment of deliberation, saw no immediate threat in Abram's small group. He saw no intent to seize their lands or challenge their authority. He saw only a man building a place of worship. "Build your altar, then," the leader conceded, with a gruff dismissiveness. "But tread carefully. This land is under the protection of our gods, and we do not suffer disrespect." Abram offered them bread and wine, a gesture of peace and goodwill, which they accepted with a mixture of suspicion and curiosity. As they departed, Abram knew that each altar, each act of worship, was a seed planted, a testament to the invisible God in a land that acknowledged the visible. The challenges were not always external. The spiritual isolation, the constant need to discern the divine will in a land that offered so many competing spiritual voices, was an ongoing internal struggle. There were days when the vastness of Canaan, the seemingly endless expanse of hills and valleys, felt overwhelming. Days when the silence of his solitary communion with God seemed to mock the vibrant, communal worship he witnessed around him. Sarai, his wife, remained his steadfast companion. Though the outward journey had taken its toll, her inner strength seemed to deepen with each passing day. She shared Abram's longing for the divine presence, finding solace in his unwavering faith, and contributing to the spiritual fortitude of their community. She would assist in the preparation of offerings, her hands steady as she ground grain or poured oil, her spirit resolute as she watched Abram construct the altars. As they moved further into Canaan, the encounters became more nuanced. They learned the names of the prominent tribes, the boundaries of their territories, and the gods they held in highest esteem. They witnessed festivals and rituals, some joyous and abundant, others somber and filled with entreaties for protection. Abram absorbed it all, not with judgment, but with a profound understanding of the human heart's eternal yearning for connection to something greater than itself. The altars were not merely markers of territory, they were beacons of hope. They were tangible reminders that, in this land of many gods, there was one God who had made a covenant, who had promised a future, and who was actively guiding his people. Each stone placed, each invocation spoken, was an act of faith, a defiance of the prevailing spiritual currents, and a testament to the unseen power that had called Abram from Ur and would continue to lead him through the unfolding landscape of Canaan. The journey was far from over, but in these early encounters, in the establishment of these sacred spaces, Abram was laying the foundation for a legacy that would transcend the ephemeral powers of the land. The sun beat down with an unrelenting ferocity that had become all too familiar. The rolling hills of Canaan, once a promise of verdant bounty, now lay cracked and barren under the harsh glare. The scattered settlements, which had seemed so full of life, now bore the somber hue of desperation. Abram scanned the horizon, his heart a heavy stone in his chest. The altars he had so carefully constructed, the declarations of faith he had made in this land, seemed to mock him in their silent steadfastness against the encroaching dust. The grain stores were dwindling, the wells were becoming mere whispers of their former selves, and the faces of his people, once etched with hope, were now etched with a gnawing fear. Famine. The word itself was a dry rustle in the parched air, a harbinger of suffering that had descended upon the land like a shroud. It was a trial that struck at the very core of his being, a test of the unwavering trust he had placed in the unseen. Had he misunderstood the divine call? Had his faith been insufficient to secure the promised provision? The whispers of doubt, always a subtle undercurrent, now began to rise to the surface, threatening to drown out the steady voice of his covenant God. He saw the longing in the eyes of his kin, the unspoken questions mirroring his own internal turmoil. They had followed him from leaving behind the familiar comforts of settled life, driven by a promise of a land flowing with milk and honey. But honey was a distant memory, and milk was a luxury they could no longer afford. The very earth, which he had believed to be a gift from the Lord, had turned against them, a testament to the unpredictable nature of both divine favor and earthly circumstance. He gathered his elders, the men whose shoulders bore the responsibility of the growing household. Their faces were grim, their pronouncements stark. The wells were nearly dry. The livestock, once a symbol of their prosperity, were growing gaunt, their ribs protruding like the skeletal framework of a forgotten temple. The meager harvests from the few remaining fertile pockets were barely enough to sustain a fraction of their number. The situation was dire, and the wisdom of the elders, steeped in the practicalities of survival, pointed to a single, unavoidable conclusion: they could not remain. Canaan, the land of promise, had become a land of peril. "We must seek sustenance elsewhere," declared Lot, his voice rough with worry, his gaze fixed on the dusty ground. "There are rumors, whispers carried by desperate travelers, of a land to the south, a land where the great river never fails." Egypt. Egypt. The very name evoked images of power, of abundance, of a civilization that stood apart from the more rustic settlements of Canaan. It was a land of legend, of pharaohs and pyramids, a place where the Nile, a serpent of life, coursed through the desert, nurturing a populace that lived in the lap of perpetual plenty. Abram had heard the tales, of course, from merchants and travelers who passed through their camps, their voices filled with awe and sometimes, with a touch of fear, at the might of that distant kingdom. But it was a land far from the divine promise, a land that existed outside the boundaries of the covenant. To seek refuge there was to step away from the path laid out for him, to rely on human ingenuity rather than divine intervention. A profound conflict raged within Abram. His God had called him to Canaan, had promised him this land, had sworn to make him a great nation. Yet, here he was, facing the specter of starvation, with no immediate relief in sight. Was this a test of his faith, a crucible designed to forge an even stronger reliance on the unseen? Or was it a sign that he, like any other man, must also exercise prudence, must take steps to ensure the survival of his people, even if those steps led him away from the immediate geographical focus of the divine mandate? The scriptures of his people, the stories of the patriarchs, were filled with instances of divine guidance that often required a leap of faith, but also instances where human action was paramount. He wrestled with the implications. To stay was to risk the lives of those entrusted to his care. To go was to risk the integrity of his covenant, to potentially dilute the unique spiritual path he was forging. The decision, when it finally came, was not born of a sudden revelation, but of a slow, agonizing realization that inaction was a form of failure. The survival of his household, the continuation of the lineage through which the promised blessing would flow, was a sacred trust. If the land of promise failed them, then surely, the God of promise would understand their need to seek sustenance elsewhere, temporarily, until the dust settled and the wells ran deep once more. "We will journey to Egypt," Abram announced, his voice resonating with a weariness that went beyond physical exhaustion. "We will seek respite there, a place to replenish our stores, to allow our people to recover. But understand this," he added, his gaze sweeping across the assembled faces, "this is a temporary measure. Our eyes remain fixed on Canaan, the land the Lord has promised us. We go as sojourners, not as settlers. Our allegiance remains with him, and our ultimate destination is this land." The journey south was a stark contrast to the hopeful trek into Canaan. The same dust that had clung to their cloaks upon arrival now swirled around them, a constant reminder of the desolation they were fleeing. The sun, which had once seemed a benevolent force, now felt like an adversary, baking the earth and intensifying the thirst that gnawed at every throat. The once vibrant caravan was now subdued, the laughter and song replaced by the rhythmic plodding of weary feet and the mournful creak of overburdened wagons. Abram rode at the head, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon, his mind a battlefield of faith and expediency. He knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the bone, that this decision, born of necessity, carried with it a heavy burden of spiritual peril. As they approached the border of Egypt, the landscape began to transform. The cracked earth gave way to a strip of emerald green, a vibrant ribbon of life carved through the vast expanse of the desert. The Nile. It was a sight that stole the breath, a testament to the sheer power of water to defy desolation. The river flowed with an abundance that seemed almost miraculous, its banks teeming with life, with vegetation so lush and verdant it felt like a mirage. The air itself changed, becoming humid, carrying the scent of damp earth, of blooming papyrus, and of the countless fruits and grains that flourished in its embrace. The contrast with Canaan was staggering. Here, the land was not a fickle mistress, but a generous mother. Here, sustenance was not a fragile hope, but a tangible reality. The sight of the overflowing granaries, the bustling markets, the sheer abundance of life, was both a relief and a profound disquieting. It was precisely this abundance, Abram realized with a sinking heart, that had always been a subtle snare to the people of God. The ease of provision could breed complacency, could lead to a forgetting of the source of all provision. As they made their way towards the bustling cities that lined the Nile, Abram felt a familiar unease creep into his spirit. He was a stranger in a strange land, but this was a different kind of strangeness. Canaan had been a land of ancient, deeply rooted spiritual traditions, of altars and groves that spoke of a vibrant, though misdirected, connection to the divine. Egypt, on the other hand, felt like a realm governed by a different order, a sophisticated civilization with a complex pantheon of gods, each with their specific roles and domains. The gods of Egypt were more deeply intertwined with the very fabric of the land and its prosperity. Ra, the sun god, was revered as the source of all life. Osiris, the god of the afterlife and resurrection, was central to their beliefs. Isis, the mother goddess, was invoked for healing and protection. And then there was Pharaoh, not merely a ruler, but a divine king, a god incarnate, whose will was law and whose favor was essential for the continued prosperity of the land. The disparity between his singular, invisible God and the myriad visible deities of Egypt was more pronounced than ever. He saw the people of Egypt bowing before statues, offering sacrifices to images carved from stone and wood. He witnessed elaborate rituals performed in grand temples, their walls adorned with hieroglyphs depicting the gods in their majestic, often terrifying, forms. It was a world of outward displays of devotion, of a tangible, almost material, relationship with the divine. And in the midst of this, Abram and his household were mere sojourners, a small speck of a different kind of faith. The arrival of their caravan, a band of wealthy and well-provisioned travelers, did not go unnoticed. Word of their arrival, and of Abram's considerable wealth in livestock and silver, reached the ears of those in power. In Egypt, wealth was often a direct reflection of divine favor, and a man of Abram's apparent standing was an object of interest. Pharaoh's court was a place of opulence and political intrigue, and Abram, despite his spiritual convictions, was acutely aware of the need to navigate its treacherous currents. It was during this time, as they sought to secure provisions and find a suitable place to dwell temporarily, that a new, insidious temptation began to take root, born not of a grand spiritual battle, but of a subtle human frailty. Abram's wife, Sarai, was known throughout their travels for her remarkable beauty, a beauty that had remained undimmed even through the hardships of their journey. In the land of Egypt, where beauty was often admired and possessed by the powerful, her loveliness was a source of concern for Abram. He knew the stories, the whispers of rulers who took what they desired, who held the lives of ordinary people in their hands. He looked at Sarai, his beloved wife, and a fear, raw and primal, gripped him. She was not just his wife, she was integral to the covenant, the one through whom the promised lineage would be established. Her well-being was paramount, but how could he guarantee that well-being in a land where power often trumped justice, where the word of a pharaoh could mean life or death? A thought, dark and unwelcome, began to form in the recesses of his mind. It was a thought born not of divine prompting, but of human expediency, of a desperate attempt to control a situation that felt increasingly out of his hands. He spoke to Sarai, his voice low and urgent, his words laced with a fear that he tried to mask as prudence. "Sarai," he began, his gaze fixed on hers, trying to convey the gravity of his concern without revealing the full depth of his terror. "We are in a foreign land, a land where the rulers are powerful and have absolute authority. You are a woman of exceptional beauty, and I fear that when the Egyptians see you, they will desire you. They may kill me to take you as their wife." Sarai listened, her eyes wide with concern, her hand reaching out to touch his. She understood the unspoken fears, the precariousness of their situation. She had witnessed the deference with which people treated the ruling class in Egypt. "So, what shall we do?" she asked, her voice a soft whisper, her trust in him unwavering. And then, the expedient solution, the one that would protect them in the short term, but would sow seeds of future complication, was laid bare. "You must say that you are my sister," Abram instructed, his voice strained. "Say that you are my sister, so that I may be treated well on your account, and my life will be spared because of you." It was a deception, a deliberate twisting of the truth, born of fear rather than faith. Abram, the man who had stood before kings and chieftains, the man who had built altars to the Most High God, was resorting to a lie. He was placing his trust not in the divine protection that had guided him thus far, but in a human stratagem, a clever manipulation of perception. He convinced himself that this was a necessary evil, a means to an end, a temporary measure to safeguard not only his life but also Sarai's and, by extension, the future of the covenant. He rationalized it, telling himself that he was acting out of love and a desire to protect the vessel of the promise. But deep within, a quiet voice of his conscience, the echo of the divine whisper, was being drowned out by the clamor of his fear. Sarai, bound by loyalty and love, agreed. Her word, like his, was to be a tool, bent to serve the immediate needs of survival. She would become, in the eyes of the Egyptians, not Abram's wife, but his half-sister, a blood relation that would still afford her a degree of protection while masking the true nature of their union. It was a compromise of truth, a subtle erosion of the covenant's integrity, and Abram, blinded by his fear, did not fully comprehend the gravity of the step he was taking. He believed he was navigating a dangerous situation with wisdom, but in reality, he was stepping onto a slippery slope, a path paved with good intentions that would soon lead to unforeseen and profound consequences. The fertile Nile Valley, a haven from the famine, had become a breeding ground for a different kind of drought, a drought of honesty, a spiritual barrenness that would soon bear bitter fruit. The trials of Canaan, while physical, had tested his faith. The comforts of Egypt, however temporary, would test his integrity. He had come seeking sustenance, but he was about to find a deeper hunger, a hunger for truth, for unwavering reliance on the unseen, a hunger that even the abundant Nile could not satisfy. The deception, once unleashed, began to weave its way through the intricate tapestry of their lives in Egypt, a dark thread subtly altering the pattern of their journey. Chapter 2. Tests of Covenant. The land of Egypt, with its life-giving Nile and abundant provisions, had initially offered a respite from the gnawing hunger of Canaan. Abram and his considerable household had found a temporary haven, their stores replenished and their people no longer living under the shadow of starvation. Yet, as days turned into weeks, and weeks into months, the very abundance that had drawn them south began to subtly alter the dynamics within their extended family. The initial unity, forged in the crucible of shared hardship, started to fray at the edges, a testament to the insidious nature of prosperity when not tempered by wisdom and a steadfast adherence to covenant principles. The core of this burgeoning discord lay not in Abram and his nephew Lot themselves, but in the burgeoning households that now accompanied them. Abram's wealth, which had seemed a blessing in the lean times, now manifested in an ever-increasing number of livestock, servants, and possessions. Similarly, Lot, who had benefited from Abram's leadership and protection, had also prospered, his own flocks and retinue growing significantly. This expansion, while a sign of divine favor on Abram's efforts, also brought with it the complexities of managing larger groups, of competing needs, and of the inevitable friction that arises when distinct entities share a common, yet fluid, space. The nomadic lifestyle, which had once been a unifying factor, now became a source of contention. Moving large herds across the landscape, even in a land as fertile as the Nile Valley, required careful management and negotiation. Water sources, though plentiful, were not infinite, and grazing lands, though rich, could be depleted. As Abram's herds and Lot's herds grazed in proximity, the shepherds, each loyal to their respective masters and mindful of their own livelihoods, began to clash. Arguments over grazing rights, over access to water, and over the straying of livestock became increasingly common. What had once been amicable cooperation, born of familial bonds and mutual reliance, was slowly giving way to subtle rivalries and resentments. The servants and retainers, too, played a part in this growing tension. Each household had its own hierarchy, its own traditions, and its own loyalties. These individuals, caught in the daily ebb and flow of managing the vast resources of both Abram and Lot, often found themselves in positions where their actions could inadvertently create conflict. A servant of Lot's might be perceived by a servant of Abram's as encroaching on territory, or vice versa. These minor skirmishes, insignificant on their own, began to weave a tapestry of irritation that permeated the very atmosphere of their encampments. Abram, a man deeply attuned to the spiritual currents of his life, felt this discord keenly. He had always striven to live by the principles of righteousness and peace, principles that were the very bedrock of his covenant with the Most High. He understood that the outward prosperity they were experiencing was a gift, and that how they managed that gift, how they treated one another, was a reflection of their covenant faithfulness. He saw the rising tide of conflict, not merely as a logistical problem, but as a spiritual danger, a potential breach in the sacred bond that held them together. He observed Lot, his nephew, a man he had taken under his wing and loved as his own. Lot, too, was experiencing the fruits of their shared journey, his wealth and influence growing alongside Abram's. But Abram also sensed a difference in their approach. While Abram was constantly seeking to align his actions with the divine will, to maintain a posture of humility and surrender, Lot, though still seemingly a man of integrity, seemed more inclined towards the outward manifestations of prosperity and the establishment of his own distinct domain. This was not a judgment, but an observation, a quiet recognition of diverging paths that, if left unchecked, could lead to separation. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the encampment, Abram found himself in deep contemplation. The rising tensions between their respective peoples were a persistent weight on his spirit. He recognized that the situation was unsustainable. To continue as they were, with their households intertwined yet increasingly distinct in their interests and loyalties, was to invite further conflict, to risk a rupture that could fracture the very foundation of their shared heritage. He knew that the solution lay not in enforcing his will, nor in seeking to quell the dissent through sheer authority. His God had called him to be a man of peace, a peacemaker. And true peace, he understood, often required sacrifice, a willingness to yield rather than to contend, a commitment to the greater good over immediate personal gain. The following morning, Abram called Lot to him. They sat together, the vastness of the Egyptian landscape stretching out before them, a stark contrast to the intimate conversation that was about to unfold. Abram, with a calmness born of deep conviction, laid bare his concerns. Lot, my brother, Abram began, his voice gentle yet firm, our herds are so numerous, and our people are growing. The shepherds and servants of your household and mine, they are beginning to find themselves in conflict. We cannot allow this to continue, for it risks the peace between us, and more importantly, it risks dishonoring the covenant we share. He paused, allowing his words to sink in. Lot, though perhaps aware of the simmering tensions, had not perhaps perceived their gravity. He listened intently, his brow furrowed with concern. We must find a way to live separately, Abram continued, his gaze steady, so that this strife may cease. I believe that this is the will of the Lord, that we should live in peace and harmony, and that requires us to respect each other's space and autonomy. Then, in a gesture that spoke volumes of his character and his unwavering trust in divine provision, Abram presented Lot with a remarkable offer. It was an offer that, to many, might have seemed foolish, even self-defeating. Choose, Abram said, his voice resonating with a generosity that transcended material considerations. Choose for yourself the land where you wish to settle. If you go to the left, then I will go to the right. If you go to the right, then I will go to the left. Whatever land you choose, that shall be yours. I have no desire to contend with you, nor with your people. My trust is in the Lord, who will provide for me, even as he has provided for you through my leadership. This was not merely a division of property, it was a profound demonstration of Abram's spiritual maturity. He was willingly relinquishing the perceived advantage, the opportunity to claim the most fertile or strategically advantageous territory, in favor of maintaining unity and honoring divine principles. He was placing his faith not in the land itself, nor in his ability to secure it, but in the God who had called him, the God who had promised to bless him and make him a great nation. He understood that true blessing was not measured by the extent of one's possessions, but by the purity of one's heart and the faithfulness of one's walk with God. Lot, presented with such an unprecedented act of generosity, was no doubt taken aback. He had likely expected some form of negotiation, perhaps a heated discussion about boundaries and resource allocation. Instead, he was offered the unfettered choice, the freedom to select the very best. The temptation, for any man in Lot's position, would have been immense. To survey the landscape, to weigh the merits of each region, and to claim the most promising one for himself and his burgeoning household. Lot looked towards the fertile plains, the regions that shimmered with the promise of abundant crops and plentiful water. His eyes, perhaps still somewhat captivated by the material allure of this new land, scanned the horizon. He saw the well-watered districts, the areas that seemed to promise a life of ease and prosperity, a continuation of the flourishing that had begun under Abram's guidance. He then turned his gaze towards the more desolate, yet still promising, regions. Abram, in his quiet wisdom, had implicitly indicated that he would take the less desirable, the more challenging, terrain. This placed Lot in a position where his choice would be a clear reflection of his priorities. After a period of careful consideration, Lot lifted his eyes and surveyed the landscape. He saw the rich, verdant plains that stretched out before him, lands that seemed to promise an immediate and substantial return for his efforts. These were not the cracked and parched lands of Canaan, nor the seemingly untamed territories that might lie elsewhere. These were lands that spoke of established fertility, of a thriving environment that would undoubtedly support his growing flocks and households. He chose the plain, the lush, well-watered districts that seemed to offer the greatest immediate material benefit. His decision, though perhaps influenced by a desire for ease and prosperity, was also a direct consequence of Abram's magnanimous gesture. Abram had given him the freedom to choose, and Lot, in exercising that freedom, had gravitated towards what appeared to be the most advantageous option. "I will take the plain," Lot declared, his voice tinged with a mixture of relief and perhaps a subtle hint of self-satisfaction. He pointed towards the east, towards the regions that were known for their fertility and their abundant water sources. He saw in this choice the opportunity to further expand his wealth and establish a distinct and prosperous domain for himself and his family. Abram, hearing Lot's decision, felt a sense of peace settle over him. While Lot had chosen the more appealing lands, Abram harbored no resentment. He trusted that his God, the God of covenant, would guide him to the sustenance he needed, wherever he might be. His focus was not on the land, but on the covenant, on the promise that he would be a blessing to all nations. "Go in peace, my nephew," Abram responded, his voice carrying a warmth that belied the potential future consequences of Lot's choice. "May the Lord bless your endeavors." And so, the cleaving of friends occurred, not through conflict or anger, but through an act of selfless generosity on Abram's part and a choice driven by material considerations on Lot's. Abram, the man of faith, willingly yielded the perceived best, trusting in the unseen hand of divine providence. Lot, on the other hand, drawn by the allure of abundance and ease, set his sights on the most fertile plains. As Lot and his households began to make their preparations to move towards the chosen lands, Abram turned his gaze towards the other direction, towards the less inviting territories. He knew that the path ahead might be more challenging, that the provision might not be as readily apparent. But his heart was at peace. He had honored the principles of his covenant, prioritizing unity and peace over personal gain. He had demonstrated a maturity in his faith, a willingness to yield to a lesser good in order to preserve a greater good, the integrity of his relationship with God and the preservation of peace within his extended family. The choice made by Lot, however, was not without its future implications. The very plains he had chosen, while verdant and promising, were also known to be populated by peoples whose ways were far removed from the righteous path. These were lands that would soon reveal their own unique trials that would test Lot and his household in ways that Abram, in his magnanimity, could not have foreseen. But for Abram, the immediate concern was the restoration of peace and the continuation of his journey, guided by the unwavering light of divine promise, even as he moved towards the less desirable, yet divinely appointed, lands. His separation from Lot was not a defeat, but a testament to his covenant faithfulness, a reaffirmation of his trust in a God who could bring forth blessing from any circumstance, even from the yielding of what appeared to be the greatest prize. The chapter of their shared journey, thus, began to draw to a close, marking a new beginning for both, a beginning dictated by the choices made and the principles upheld. The oppressive heat of the Canaanite plains seemed to press down on Abram's encampment, a tangible weight that mirrored the spiritual anxieties that had recently settled upon him. The separation from Lot, though achieved in peace, had left a subtle unease. Abram had yielded the most fertile ground, a testament to his commitment to covenant peace, but the vastness of his new territory, and the uncertainty of its full provision, still lingered in the quiet hours. He had pitched his tents near the great trees of Mamre, a place of familiar shade and a subtle echo of the divine encounters that had marked his journey. It was here, under the expansive sky, that the stillness of the late afternoon was broken by an unexpected sight. 3 figures emerged from the shimmering heat haze, their approach drawing Abram's attention from his contemplative solitude. Abram, ever watchful and attuned to the presence of the divine in the ordinary, rose from his place at the entrance of his tent. His heart, accustomed to discerning the hand of the Almighty, felt a familiar stirring. Though the figures appeared human, there was an aura about them, a radiance that transcended mere earthly presence. This was not the first time he had experienced such encounters, and he understood that when the Lord chose to manifest himself, or to send his messengers, it was always for a purpose of profound significance. Without hesitation, he moved to greet them, his steps quickening across the sun-baked earth. "My lords," Abram called out, his voice carrying a warmth and respect that immediately put the visitors at ease, though they were clearly more than mere travelers. "If I have found favor in your sight, do not pass by your servant. Let a little water be brought, and wash your feet. Then rest yourselves under the tree. And I will fetch a morsel of bread, and comfort your hearts. After that you shall pass on, for therefore are you come to your servant." The invitation was not merely a gesture of hospitality, it was a sacred duty, an immediate response to the unspoken call of divine presence. Abram understood that in the presence of such visitors, all earthly concerns must yield to the immediate need for reverence and service. The response he received was subtle, yet imbued with a profound authority. "So do," the spokesman for the trio replied, his voice resonating with a gentle but firm tone. It was an affirmation, an acceptance of Abram's humble offering, and an implicit acknowledgement of his elevated spiritual status. Abram hastened back to his tent, his mind already racing with the preparations. He instructed Sarai, his wife, though from a distance, to prepare a meal worthy of such guests. She, too, sensed the extraordinary nature of the occasion, and with a swiftness born of deep reverence, she kneaded dough for unleavened bread, a staple in their diet and a symbol of haste and purity. The meal was to be simple, yet abundant, a reflection of the provision they had received and the gratitude they felt. Abram himself went out to the herd, selecting a choice young bull. He did not delegate this task, it was a personal offering. He urged his servant to make haste in preparing it, for the Lord's presence demanded immediate attention and a willing heart. While the meal was being prepared, Abram remained with his distinguished guests, standing near the oaks, a posture of watchful attentiveness. He understood that this was more than a social visit, it was a divine appointment, a moment poised for revelation. The air thrummed with an unseen energy, and Abram's spirit was acutely aware of the presence of the Almighty, even if not all 3 figures were directly the Lord himself. As the meal was brought forth, Abram continued to stand before them under the tree, a devoted steward of the divine encounter. He offered the food and the drink, and as they partook, a sense of profound peace settled over the encampment. It was in this intimate setting, under the ancient oaks, that the momentous conversation began to unfold, a dialogue that would pierce through the veil of earthly concerns and reveal the very heart of God's plan. The Lord, in His infinite grace, had come not only to reveal Himself but to speak directly to His covenant partner, to reassure him and to chart the course of His promises. The divine visitor, speaking with an authority that transcended any earthly king or potentate, addressed Abram. The question that was posed was pointed, designed to draw out Abram's understanding of God's faithfulness and his own anticipation of the promised seed. "Where is Sarai your wife?" the voice inquired. This was not a casual question, it was a prelude to a declaration of monumental significance. Abram, understanding the gravity of the inquiry, responded with humble truth, "She is in the tent." He knew that the Lord was intimately aware of Sarai's presence, and this question was an invitation to acknowledge her role in the unfolding divine narrative. Then came the word that would echo through the ages, the promise that had been hinted at, prayed for, and at times, almost despaired of. "I will return to you about this time next year," the Lord declared, His voice resonating with an assurance that could not be doubted, "and Sarah your wife shall have a son." The words struck Abram with the force of a physical blow, yet it was a blow of pure, unadulterated joy. He had waited for this. Sarai had waited. The covenant itself seemed to hold its breath for this very moment. He knew, with a certainty that surpassed all human reasoning, that this was not a mere prediction, but a divine decree. Sarai, within the tent, had also heard the exchange. The idea of a son, at her advanced age, and at Abram's, was almost beyond comprehension. Yet, hearing the divine voice speak of it directly, and from within the very presence of Abram's honored guests, stirred a flicker of faith that had long been dormant. As the visitors continued their conversation with Abram, Sarai, unseen but deeply aware, listened intently. The weight of years, of barrenness, of dashed hopes, pressed upon her. Doubt, like a serpent, coiled within her heart. Unbeknownst to Abram, Sarai's inner turmoil was perceived by the Lord. It was then that the divine guest turned his attention towards the tent, addressing Sarai's unspoken thoughts. Why did Sarah laugh within herself, saying, "Now that I am old, shall I have pleasure, my husband also being old?" The gentle rebuke was not one of condemnation, but of clarification, an invitation for Sarai to confront her own disbelief. The question was designed to draw her out, to bring her doubt into the light of divine power. Sarai, startled and perhaps a little ashamed, initially denied it. "I did not laugh," she responded, her voice a little shaky, betraying the very emotion she had tried to conceal. But the divine presence saw through the deception, not with anger, but with unwavering truth. "No," the Lord corrected, his voice soft but firm, "but you did laugh." It was a moment of profound vulnerability for Sarai, a stripping away of her pretenses, and an opening for genuine faith to take root. The Lord's omniscience was not a threat, but a means of grace, revealing the inner landscape of the heart so that healing and fulfillment might occur. This intimate exchange, this direct confirmation of the promise of a son, served as a powerful testament to the reality of the covenant between Abram and the Most High. It was not just an agreement, it was a living, dynamic relationship, where God communicated His intentions and His people responded in faith and obedience. Abram, standing by the oaks, felt his faith surge. The seemingly impossible was now declared to be certain. Sarai, within the tent, felt a shift within her soul, a dawning realization that perhaps, just perhaps, the barren years were about to give way to the miracle of life. The conversation, however, did not end with the promise of Isaac. The divine visitors, having delivered this pivotal message, then shifted their focus to another matter, a matter that revealed the depth of God's concern for justice and His awareness of the wickedness that festered in the land. The conversation turned towards the cities of the plain, particularly Sodom and Gomorrah, places known for their depravity and the corruption that had taken root within their walls. The pronouncement that followed was one of impending judgment. "The outcry of Sodom and Gomorrah is indeed great, and their sin is exceedingly grievous," the Lord declared, His tone now carrying the weight of righteous indignation. The suffering and injustice within those cities had reached a point where divine intervention was necessary. Abram, as a man chosen to walk in righteousness and to be a blessing, was not left ignorant of God's impending action. He was privy to the divine counsel, a testament to his favored status and his role as an intercessor. The narrative then shifts to a remarkable dialogue between Abram and the Lord, a powerful display of intercessory prayer and divine mercy. The Lord, in essence, revealed his intention to investigate the matter personally, to see for himself if the reports of wickedness were true. I will go down and see whether they have acted altogether according to the outcry that has come to me. And if not, I will know. This declaration underscores the justice of God. He does not act solely on hearsay but on thorough investigation. Abram, hearing this, felt a burden for the inhabitants of these cities, particularly for his nephew Lot, who had chosen to dwell among them. Though Lot had separated from Abram, a bond of kinship remained, and Abram's heart was filled with concern. He began to intercede, starting with a plea for the righteous. "Will you indeed sweep away the innocent with the wicked?" he inquired, his voice earnest. He understood that if there were even a few righteous individuals within the cities, they should not be swept away with the ungodly. The Lord responded with a promise of restraint, a testament to his willingness to be moved by the pleas of the righteous. "If I find at Sodom 50 righteous within the city, I will forbear all the place for their sake." 50 righteous souls would be enough to stay God's hand. This was a remarkable concession, demonstrating that even in the face of widespread sin, God sought a remnant, a spark of goodness to preserve. Abram, emboldened by this response, pressed further. He lowered the number, testing the limits of divine mercy. "What if there are 45? He asked. Again, the Lord yielded, "If I find 45 there, I will not destroy it." The negotiation continued, each plea from Abram met with a gracious concession from the Lord, the number of righteous souls being lowered step by step, 40, then 30, then 20, and finally, 10. For the sake of 10, the Lord declared, "I will not destroy it." This protracted dialogue between Abram and the Lord is one of the most profound examples of prayer in Scripture. It showcases not only Abram's deep compassion and his understanding of God's character, that he is a God of justice but also of mercy, but also God's willingness to engage with humanity, to be moved by sincere intercession. It highlights the immense value God places on even a small number of righteous individuals. However, the story also underscores the tragic reality that even 10 righteous individuals could not be found in Sodom. This intercessory dialogue, while a testament to Abram's character and God's grace, ultimately sets the stage for the inevitable judgment that was to fall upon the cities of the plain. The divine visitors, having conveyed their messages of promise and justice, and having engaged in this vital conversation with Abram, prepared to depart. The Lord, having revealed his plans and tested Abram's intercessory heart, ascended back into the heavens, leaving Abram alone once more under the oaks of Mamre. The encounter left an indelible mark on Abram. The promise of Isaac was now a certainty, a tangible hope that would sustain him through the trials ahead. The knowledge of God's impending judgment on Sodom, and his own role in interceding for it, deepened his understanding of his covenant responsibilities. He was not just a recipient of promises, he was a partner, a voice for the voiceless, and a testament to the power of a righteous life to influence even the course of divine justice. The oaks of Mamre, once just a resting place, had become hallowed ground, the site of a divine visitation that would forever shape the destiny of Abram and the unfolding narrative of God's covenant people. The echoes of that conversation, of the divine promises and the solemn pronouncements, would resonate within Abram's soul, guiding his steps as he continued his journey of faith in the land of Canaan. The days that followed the divine visitation at Mamre were, for Abraham, a study in contrasts. The promise of Isaac, so vividly confirmed, glowed like a beacon in his heart, a radiant certainty that warmed him from within. Yet, alongside this burgeoning hope, a new, disquieting premonition began to weave itself into the fabric of his consciousness. It was not a sudden thunderclap of revelation, but a slow, insidious seep of divine instruction, a quiet insistence that grew with each passing sunrise. The Lord, having affirmed his covenant faithfulness with the promise of a son, now presented a test of a magnitude that seemed almost unimaginable, a trial that would probe the very depths of Abraham's allegiance. The specifics of the command, when it finally coalesced in Abraham's spirit, were stark and unequivocal. Take your son, your only son Isaac, whom you love, and go to the land of Moriah, and offer him there as a burnt offering on one of the mountains of which I will tell you." The words, though internal, echoed with the same divine authority that had confirmed the birth of Isaac. They settled upon him not as a suggestion, but as an immutable decree. Abraham's world, so recently illuminated by the promise of continuity through Isaac, now seemed to tilt precariously, threatened by an instruction that struck at the very heart of that promise. Paternal love, a fierce, protective instinct honed over years of longing and now overflowing with the recent joy of Isaac's presence, warred with an obedience that the Lord demanded be absolute. The journey to Moriah was not a swift, decisive march, but a slow, agonizing pilgrimage. Each step Abraham took was weighted with an unspoken sorrow. He did not confide in Sarah. How could he? The promise of Isaac was their shared miracle, their future embodied in a single, beloved child. To speak of this command would be to unleash a torrent of grief and disbelief that he himself was still grappling to contain. Instead, he packed their provisions, gathered the necessary wood for the burnt offering, and made preparations with a heavy heart and a stoic facade. He instructed his servants to accompany him, their presence a necessary component of the ritual, yet their unawareness of the true purpose of their journey was a torment. They saw only a father preparing to offer a sacrifice, perhaps a significant one, but not the ultimate one. As they traveled, the landscape seemed to mirror Abraham's inner desolation. The vibrant greens of the pastures, the clear blue of the sky, all felt muted, as if veiled by an unseen sorrow. The air, once filled with the sweet scent of the earth and the promise of harvest, now seemed thick with an unspoken grief. Abraham rode in silence, his gaze often falling upon Isaac, who walked beside him, his youthful energy a stark contrast to the heavy burden carried by his father. The boy, for his part, was filled with the innocent curiosity of youth, his questions innocent yet piercing. "My father," Isaac's voice rang out, clear and bright, cutting through the somber atmosphere. "Here are the fire and the wood, but where is the lamb for a burnt offering?" The question, so simple, so direct, struck Abraham like a physical blow. His throat tightened, and for a moment, he could not speak. He longed to shield his son from the truth, to preserve his innocence, but the covenant demanded honesty, however painful. He swallowed hard, the dryness in his mouth a testament to his inner turmoil. "Isaac, my son," Abraham finally managed, his voice rough with emotion. "God will himself provide the lamb for a burnt offering." He spoke with a conviction that was not entirely his own, a forced certainty born of his faith in the God who had made the promise, the God who now demanded this impossible act. He clung to the belief that the Lord, who had given Isaac, would not ultimately allow him to perish. This was the fragile thread upon which his own sanity, and his adherence to the command, rested. The servants, overhearing this exchange, offered no further comment, perhaps interpreting Abraham's words as a reflection of his deep piety, his unwavering trust in divine provision for their sacrificial needs. Yet, beneath their understanding, the shadow of what was to come began to lengthen. The journey continued for 3 days. 3 days of internal wrestling, of prayers whispered into the wind, of moments when Abraham felt his resolve falter, only to be bolstered by a renewed sense of divine imperative. He pictured Sarah's face, imagined her grief, and a pang of guilt shot through him. But the command was absolute. He remembered the Lord's words, the promise of a great nation springing from Isaac, the very cornerstone of his covenant. How could the Lord ask him to destroy that which he had promised? This paradox was the crucible in which his faith was being forged anew, tested not by suffering, but by the very act of giving up the embodiment of his deepest hopes. As they approached the designated mountain, the land seemed to grow starker, the trees more sparse. A sense of awe, tinged with trepidation, settled upon the small group. Abraham instructed the servants to halt. "You stay here with the donkey," he commanded, his voice strained. "The boy and I will go up yonder and worship, and then we will come back to you." The implication was clear. This part of the journey, this sacred and terrible act, was for him and Isaac alone. The servants, accustomed to obeying Abraham's directives, nodded and remained behind, their eyes following the receding figures of father and son with a mixture of curiosity and concern. Abraham then laid the wood upon Isaac's shoulders. The boy, still unaware of the full horror of their purpose, bore the burden with youthful strength, his steps faltering only slightly. Abraham, carrying the fire and the knife, walked ahead, his heart a battlefield of conflicting emotions. Love for his son warred with an unyielding obedience to his God. He saw Isaac's youthful vigor, his innocent faith, and the immensity of the sacrifice he was about to make threatened to crush him. Yet, he pressed on, driven by a covenantal commitment that transcended even the bonds of fatherhood. They ascended the mountain, the silence broken only by the crunch of their footsteps on the dry earth and the occasional rustle of wind through the sparse vegetation. The place was remote, secluded, a fitting stage for a divine confrontation. Abraham felt the weight of God's presence, not as a comforting embrace, but as a scrutinizing gaze, an intense examination of his very soul. He knew this was the climax, the moment where his faith would be irrevocably proven or shattered. Finally, they reached the summit. Abraham surveyed the desolate landscape, his eyes searching for the precise spot the Lord had revealed to him. He began to build the altar, his hands moving with a practiced efficiency that belied the turmoil raging within him. Each stone he placed, each movement he made, was an act of will, a deliberate step further into the unfathomable. He arranged the wood, preparing it for the offering. And then, he turned to Isaac. The young man looked at his father, his brow furrowed with a dawning understanding, not of the full horror, but of the unusual solemnity of the occasion. "My father," he said, his voice softer now, tinged with a nascent apprehension. Abraham met his son's gaze, his own eyes filled with a profound, unspeakable grief. He could no longer hide the truth, not from Isaac, and certainly not from himself. "Here I am, my son," Abraham replied, his voice trembling. Isaac looked around, a question forming on his lips. Abraham looked out and saw a ram caught in a thicket by its horns. And Abraham went and took the ram and offered it up as a burnt offering instead of his son. The moment of ultimate sacrifice, the precipice of unimaginable loss, was averted not by Abraham's diminished faith, but by its very immensity. As Abraham raised his hand, knife in the air, ready to fulfill the dreadful command, the voice of the angel of the Lord boomed from the heavens, "Abraham, Abraham." Abraham looked up, his heart pounding, the knife still poised. "Here I am," he responded, his voice breathless. "Do not lay your hand on the boy or do anything to him," the angel commanded, his voice resonating with divine authority and immense relief. "For now I know that you fear God, seeing that you have not withheld your son, your only son, from me." The words were a balm to Abraham's soul, a validation of his agonizing obedience. He had been tested, and he had not faltered. His fear of God, his profound reverence and willing submission, had been demonstrated in the most profound way imaginable. The relief that washed over Abraham was overwhelming. It was a tidal wave that cleansed him of the agonizing pressure that had been building for days. He looked at Isaac, his beloved son, alive and well, and tears streamed down his face. He had walked through the valley of the shadow of death, and God's grace had met him there. He then saw the ram, caught in the thicket, a perfect substitute, a tangible sign of God's provision and his tender mercy. He quickly unbound the ram, his hands still shaking, and prepared it as the burnt offering, laying it upon the altar in place of his son. The sacrifice was made, the covenant affirmed, and the integrity of God's promise, even in the face of such a daunting test, was made manifest. As Abraham and Isaac descended the mountain, the atmosphere was transformed. The somber desolation of their ascent had given way to a profound sense of peace and restored hope. The sun, which had seemed so distant and pale, now shone with renewed brilliance. Isaac, though still processing the events, felt a new understanding dawn within him. He had walked to his own potential sacrifice, and his father's unwavering faith had, by God's grace, preserved him. He looked at Abraham with a newfound respect, a deeper appreciation for the spiritual fortitude that had guided them through this trial. Abraham, his heart overflowing with gratitude, saw the landscape with new eyes. The trees of Mamre, though far in the distance, seemed to beckon with a promise of continued life and covenantal blessing. He understood then, with a clarity that transcended mere intellectual comprehension, that true faith is not the absence of doubt or fear, but the unwavering commitment to obey God even when the path is shrouded in darkness and the cost seems unbearable. This trial, the testing of Isaac, was not a punishment, but a purification, a forging of Abraham's character into a vessel capable of carrying the weight of God's promises for generations to come. The Lord had not asked him to destroy his hope, but to prove that his hope was ultimately rooted in God, and not in the son himself. And in proving this, Abraham had found his faith not diminished, but deepened, his covenant relationship with the Almighty irrevocably strengthened. The name of the place, which Abraham then gave, was, "The Lord will provide," a testament to the divine intervention that had saved Isaac and affirmed God's unfailing faithfulness. The descent from Mount Moriah was a journey unlike any other Abraham had undertaken. The crushing weight that had settled upon his spirit for days, the paralyzing fear of what he was about to do, had been lifted as suddenly as a storm breaks. In its place was a profound, almost overwhelming, sense of relief, so potent it left him weak in the knees. Isaac, walking beside him, was no longer merely his son, the beloved heir of the covenant, but a living testament to divine mercy. The boy, though still young and perhaps not fully grasping the terrifying precipice they had stood upon, felt the shift in his father. He saw the tears streaming down Abraham's weathered cheeks, not tears of sorrow, but of an almost unbearable gratitude. He felt the newfound lightness in his father's step, a stark contrast to the heavy, measured tread of their ascent. Abraham paused, placing a hand on Isaac's shoulder, his touch trembling. "Isaac," he began, his voice thick with emotion, "the Lord has shown us his great mercy today." He looked up at the sky, as if to thank the heavens directly, his heart swelling with a love for God that was now tempered with the sharp, undeniable knowledge of God's boundless compassion. The ram, already prepared and laid upon the altar, represented more than just a substitute sacrifice. It was a visible, tangible symbol of God's provision, a promise whispered in the very act of his intervention. The Lord had not merely accepted Abraham's obedience, he had met it with grace, demonstrating that his desire was not for the blood of the innocent, but for the unwavering loyalty of the heart. This was not a transactional exchange, but a profound lesson in the nature of divine love, a love that tested, yes, but ultimately sustained and provided. The silence between father and son on the path back was no longer heavy with unspoken dread, but filled with a quiet, awe-struck communion. Isaac, his youthful mind working through the extraordinary events, looked at his father with a gaze that held a new depth of understanding. He had seen his father, the man of unwavering faith, stand on the brink of unimaginable loss, prepared to offer his most precious possession to God. He had witnessed, firsthand, the power of that faith, a power that had moved heaven and earth, a power that had, by God's decree, preserved his life. The lessons of obedience, of trust, and of God's ultimate sovereignty were being etched not just into Abraham's soul, but into the very fabric of Isaac's being. The bond between them, already strong, was now reforged in the fires of this shared, miraculous experience, elevated by a mutual recognition of God's intervening hand. Abraham, in his heart, felt the profound weight of his status as patriarch shift. He was no longer just the recipient of promises, but a living example of covenantal faithfulness. The trial on Moriah had been more than a personal test, it was a foundational moment for the lineage that was to spring from him. He had been called to a level of obedience that seemed to defy all natural understanding, all paternal instinct, all logic. Yet, in surrendering his will, he had discovered a deeper truth, that true faith is not about clinging to the blessings God bestows, but about clinging to God himself, even when the blessings are called into question. The ram, sacrificed in Isaac's place, was a powerful reminder that God's covenant was not contingent on Abraham's ability to hold on to his son, but on Abraham's willingness to let go of everything for God. As they rejoined the servants, who had waited with a mixture of anxiety and relief, Abraham's demeanor spoke volumes. There was a profound peace about him, a serenity that transcended the difficult circumstances. He did not need to recount the full horror of the averted sacrifice. The altered atmosphere, the newfound radiance in his eyes, the quiet strength that emanated from him, were enough. The servants, too, sensed the divine presence that had accompanied their master and the young heir. They had been left behind, separated from the sacred and terrible act, but they had witnessed the return, and the return was one of victory, of divine affirmation. They too, in their own way, felt the resonance of God's faithfulness, a faithfulness that had preserved the future of their master's house. The journey home was filled with quiet contemplation. Abraham found himself revisiting moments of his life, the initial call from Ur, the promises whispered under starry skies, the years of waiting for a son. Each memory now shone with a new light, colored by the experience on Moriah. He understood that God's faithfulness was not a passive endowment, but an active, dynamic relationship, one that required constant engagement, constant testing, and constant reaffirmation. The Lord had given him Isaac, and then, in a moment that could have shattered his world, he had shown him that the ultimate gift was not Isaac himself, but the God who had given Isaac. This realization brought a freedom that was both exhilarating and humbling. He looked at Isaac again, not with the fear of loss that had haunted his recent days, but with a renewed appreciation for the life that God had sustained. The boy represented the future, the continuation of the covenant, the lineage through which blessing would flow to all nations. But more than that, Isaac represented the fruit of a faith that had been tested and found true. Abraham understood that his role now was to nurture that same faith in his son, to pass on not just the stories of God's past faithfulness, but the living reality of a God who continues to provide, to protect, and to redeem. The name he gave to the mountain, "The Lord will provide," was not merely a memorial of a past event, but a prophetic declaration of a truth that would continue to sustain his people through every trial to come. The echoes of God's voice, the angel's command, and the rustle of the ram's fleece would forever be imprinted on Abraham's memory. He had stood at the precipice of the ultimate test of covenant, and he had emerged not broken, but transformed. The near sacrifice of Isaac was not an act of divine cruelty, but an act of profound love, a demonstration that God's promises were rooted in his own character, and that he would ensure their fulfillment even when human hands were called to relinquish their most cherished possessions. In the ashes of what could have been utter devastation, Abraham found a mercy that was richer, deeper, and more enduring than he could have ever imagined, a mercy that would fuel his faith and guide his descendants for generations to come. He had proven his fear of God, a fear that was not of terror, but of profound reverence and an unshakable commitment to his will, and in that fear, he found true freedom and an unbreakable covenant. The covenant was not just about promises received, but about a willingness to give, to trust, and to obey, even when the cost was the very foundation of one's hope. And in that willingness, God's faithfulness shone brightest. The stillness that settled upon Abraham's tent after Sarah's passing was a profound and echoing silence. It was a silence that spoke of an era's end, a chapter closed with a final, gentle breath. For over a century, Sarah had been the heart of his life, his companion through nomadic journeys, a steadfast presence in the face of divine promise and human doubt. The laughter that had once filled their tents, the shared whispers under starlit skies, the tender rebukes that had often steered Abraham back to the path of righteousness, all now resided in the hallowed chambers of memory. Her presence had been a constant, a fixed star in the ever-shifting firmament of their lives, and her absence left a void that felt as vast as the desert itself. Abraham, though weathered by a life of trials and divinely orchestrated tests, found his grief a raw and elemental force. It was a sorrow that transcended the stoicism expected of a patriarch. He had faced the chilling command to sacrifice his beloved son, Isaac, and had emerged with a faith tempered and strengthened by God's ultimate provision. He had stood before kings and wrestled with his own limitations, always with an eye toward the covenant. Yet, the departure of Sarah, the woman who had shared the very essence of his human journey, brought a different kind of ache, a profound, deeply personal lament for the shared intimacy, the quiet understanding that had flowed between them like an underground spring. He remembered her fierce spirit, the way she had navigated the complexities of their calling with a blend of shrewdness and unwavering conviction. Her faith, though sometimes expressed with a practicality that contrasted with Abraham's grand vision, had been the bedrock upon which much of their shared life had been built. He recalled her initial skepticism upon hearing the promise of a son in her old age, her later fierce protectiveness of that very son, and the quiet dignity with which she had borne the long years of waiting. The tents, once bustling with the life she had orchestrated, now seemed to sag with a palpable sense of loss. The women of the household moved with hushed reverence, their faces etched with a sorrow that mirrored Abraham's own. Sarah had been more than just a wife, she had been a matriarch, a beacon of strength and wisdom, a woman whose life had been intertwined with the very unfolding of God's plan for Abraham's lineage. Her laughter, sharp and resonant, had punctuated their lives. Her counsel, often direct and unvarnished, had been invaluable. Abraham found himself replaying fragments of conversations, the cadence of her voice, the familiar expressions that had graced her face. He saw her youth, vibrant and hopeful, when they had first left her, and he saw her grace in her later years, the lines of wisdom etched around eyes that had seen wonders and endured hardships. Isaac, now a young man whose own life had been irrevocably shaped by the events on Mount Moriah, felt the weight of his mother's passing deeply. He had known her as his anchor, the one whose love, though sometimes stern, was as constant as the rising sun. He remembered her hand on his brow, her comforting presence during his childhood, and the quiet pride in her eyes as he grew, a living testament to a promise fulfilled against all odds. Her passing, though anticipated by the natural course of life, still struck him with a profound sense of finality. He saw in his father's grief a reflection of his own, a shared sorrow that bound them even closer. The covenant, so often spoken of in terms of future generations and divine promises, had also its immediate, human cost, a cost measured in the quiet tears and the heavy hearts of those who remained. Abraham knew that life, and the covenant, demanded continuation. He could not remain forever shrouded in the sorrow of the past, however profound. Yet, his immediate need was to honor Sarah, to secure for her a resting place that befitted her station and their destiny. The nomadic existence, a constant movement dictated by God's will and the needs of their vast herds, offered little permanence. Tents could be struck, camps dismantled, but a burial place was a different matter. It was a statement of belonging, a physical anchor in the land that had been promised to his descendants. He remembered the words whispered to him by God, the promises of land and progeny, and he knew that Sarah's final resting place needed to be within that divinely ordained inheritance. His gaze turned towards the land of Canaan, a land they sojourned in, a land that was to be their ultimate home. He needed a place that was not merely borrowed ground, but a portion of the inheritance, a place he could claim, not by conquest, but by divine right. His interactions with the local peoples, the Hittites, had always been marked by a cautious respect. They were the established inhabitants, the stewards of the land, and any claim he made would need to be negotiated with grace and wisdom, a testament to his position as a respected, albeit transient, resident. He approached them, not as a conqueror, but as a man seeking a sacred space for his beloved wife, his voice imbued with the quiet authority of one who carried a divine mandate. He found himself in the bustling marketplace of Hebron, the air thick with the scent of spices and the clamor of commerce. He sought out Ephron, son of Zohar, a prominent Hittite elder, a man known for his shrewdness and his deep understanding of land ownership and its associated customs. Abraham approached him with a bowed head and a respectful demeanor, his words carefully chosen. "I am a sojourner and a settler among you," he began, his voice resonating with a deep sadness. "Give me property among you for a burial place, that I may bury my dead out of my sight." It was a simple request, yet laden with the weight of his purpose. He was not asking for a gift, but for a transaction, a recognition of his need for a permanent place within the land. Ephron, observing the patriarch's evident grief and his stature, responded with a courtesy that, while perhaps tinged with the customary deference shown to a wealthy and respected foreigner, was nonetheless genuine. The Hittites had witnessed Abraham's integrity, his generosity, and his deep reverence for the divine. They understood the importance of burial rites in their own culture. "Nay, my lord," Ephron replied, his voice measured. "Hear me, my lord, the field of Ephron, which is in the double cave of Machpelah, which is before Mamre, the field, and the cave which is therein, and all the trees that are therein, that are in the borders of the field, are mine. All this land, I give it thee." It was an offer of immense generosity, exceeding Abraham's initial request. The land, he declared, was his to give, freely. But Abraham, ever mindful of the covenant and the integrity it demanded, could not accept such a gift without due consideration and proper acknowledgement. He knew that the land was destined for his descendants, and any claim he made upon it needed to be legally established, a tangible piece of the inheritance he was to pass on. He bowed himself again before the people of the land, his heart filled with a complex mixture of gratitude and resolute purpose. If you will be willing that I should bury my dead out of my sight, hear me, and entreat for me to Ephron the son of Zohar, that he may give me the cave of Machpelah, which he has, which is in the end of his field, for as much money as it is worth he shall give it me for a possession of a burial place among you. He insisted on payment, on a clear and unequivocal exchange, ensuring that his possession was earned, not merely granted. Ephron, perhaps surprised by Abraham's insistence on payment, after having offered the land freely, conferred with his kinsman. The negotiations began, a careful dance of valuation and agreement. The price was set, 400 shekels of silver, a substantial sum in those days, a testament to the value placed not only on the land but on the peaceful integration of a respected figure into their community. Abraham did not haggle, he weighed the silver, the glint of it a stark contrast to the somberness of his task, and paid the full amount. It was more than just a financial transaction. It was a seal, a legal and spiritual affirmation of his right to a plot of land within the Promised Land, a place where his wife, the matriarch of his lineage, would rest until the dawn of resurrection. He oversaw the preparations with a heavy heart, yet with an unwavering resolve. The servants, under his direction, prepared Sarah's body with the reverence due to one so cherished. The procession to Machpelah was solemn, a slow, dignified movement of people and animals, a visible representation of Abraham's journey of faith, now marked by this somber milestone. Isaac, walking beside his father, felt the profound finality of the moment. He saw his father's quiet strength, the way he bore his grief with dignity, and understood that this was also a lesson in covenantal commitment, a commitment that extended beyond life itself, embracing the land, the future, and the enduring legacy of faith. The cave of Machpelah, a natural cavern nestled within the purchased land, became Sarah's final resting place. As the earth was filled in, Abraham stood in silent contemplation, his gaze fixed on the horizon. It was an act of profound love, an act of faith, and an act of claiming. This piece of ground, secured with silver and sealed with sorrow, was a testament to the enduring nature of God's promises. Sarah, who had lived a life marked by divine favor and human struggle, was now rooted in the very soil that was destined to be the inheritance of their descendants. Her life, a tapestry woven with threads of joy, sorrow, faith, and resilience, had concluded, but her legacy, like the covenant itself, would endure. In the days that followed, Abraham found a quiet solace in the knowledge that he had honored Sarah in a way that reflected both his love for her and his unwavering commitment to the covenant. Her passing, while a deep personal loss, was also a potent reminder of the transient nature of earthly life and the eternal significance of the divine promises. He had secured a tangible piece of that promise, a physical anchor for his family's future in the land God had sworn to give them. The grief remained, a quiet ache in his soul, but it was now interwoven with a profound sense of purpose and a renewed determination to live out the remainder of his days in faithful service to the God who had chosen them, the God who provided not only life and lineage but also a lasting place for their loved ones to rest. Sarah's life, in its totality, had been a testament to God's faithfulness, and her burial in the land of Canaan was a final, eloquent affirmation of that truth. The matriarch's grief was a crucible, shaping Abraham's resolve and reinforcing the enduring hope that lay at the heart of their covenant. Chapter 3. Isaac's quiet resilience. The dust of Machpelah had settled, the mournful procession dispersed, and Abraham, though his heart bore the enduring ache of Sarah's absence, found himself increasingly turning his gaze forward, towards the horizon of the covenant. His seasons were numbered, his journey nearing its ultimate destination. Yet, the covenant was not a solitary inheritance, it was a torch to be passed, a legacy to be sustained. And in Isaac, the son of promise, the inheritor of a destiny woven by divine hand and human faithfulness, he saw the future unfolding. This transition, however, was not an abrupt handover, but a gradual unfolding, a preparation for a mantle that Isaac, even from his youth, had felt the weight of, particularly after the chilling echo of Mount Moriah. Isaac, now a man in the prime of his life, stood at a precipice, not of sacrifice, but of succession. He had walked in the long shadow of his father, a shadow cast by monumental faith and divine encounters. His own faith, however, was of a quieter, more introspective nature. Where Abraham was a patriarch of grand pronouncements and bold ventures, Isaac was a man of thoughtful contemplation and profound inner stillness. He had learned from his father the art of trust, the unwavering conviction that God's word, however unfathomable, would ultimately prevail. But his own path to embodying that trust would be marked by a different rhythm, a subtler strength. He had witnessed the raw power of his father's obedience, the almost visceral connection he shared with the Almighty. Now, he was tasked with cultivating that connection within himself, not through dramatic trials, but through the quiet endurance of daily life, through the stewardship of a promise that was both a divine gift and a daunting responsibility. The land, the very soil that now cradled Sarah's resting place, was a constant, tangible reminder of the covenant. It was a land flowing with milk and honey, yet presently occupied by peoples whose customs and allegiances were as ancient as the hills themselves. Abraham had been a sojourner, a respected guest, but Isaac was destined to be its inheritor, its settled steward. This meant more than just claiming territory, it meant weaving himself into the fabric of its existence, understanding its rhythms, and demonstrating a righteousness that would commend his lineage to its divine patron and its human inhabitants. The grazing lands, the wells, the very air they breathed in Canaan, all were part of this intricate inheritance. Abraham had navigated these complexities with the wisdom of age and divine guidance, but for Isaac, it was a landscape he had to learn anew, to imprint with his own character and faith. The responsibilities of a patriarch extended far beyond the spiritual. It encompassed the welfare of his household, the management of vast flocks and herds, the maintenance of relationships with neighboring communities, and the oversight of numerous servants. Isaac, accustomed to the structured environment of Abraham's camp, now found himself at the helm, the ultimate decision-maker. He had observed his father's leadership style, his generosity, his shrewdness in negotiation, his unwavering commitment to justice. But the emulation of such qualities required an internal translation. Isaac's quiet nature meant he was unlikely to command attention through boisterous pronouncements or grand gestures. His influence would stem from a deeper source, a steadfast character, a genuine compassion, and a quiet, unshakable faith that would resonate with those around him. One of the most immediate challenges Isaac faced was the continuation of Abraham's legacy in the face of his father's declining years. Abraham, though still possessing a keen mind and a deep connection to God, was an aging man. His physical strength waned, and his reliance on Isaac grew. This was not a bitter pill for Isaac to swallow, for he had long been prepared for this role. The story of his intended sacrifice on Mount Moriah had forged a bond between him and his father that transcended mere filial duty. It was a shared crucible of faith. Isaac understood the divine hand in his survival, the profound love that had been demonstrated by both his father and his God. This understanding was the bedrock upon which he could now build his own leadership. Consider the wells. For Abraham, securing and maintaining water sources was a constant, vital endeavor. These wells represented not just life for their livestock and people, but also a claim on the land, a source of potential conflict and negotiation with the local Philistines. Abraham had faced disputes, had wisely yielded ground when necessary, and had established a reputation for fairness. Now, Isaac inherited these wells, these points of contention and sustenance. He would have to learn their history, their strategic importance, and the delicate balance required to manage them. His approach might differ from Abraham's. While Abraham might have met challenge with a direct, if divinely guided, confrontation, Isaac might seek a more diplomatic, perhaps even a more patient, path. His resilience would be tested not in fire, but in the slow, steady work of maintaining peace and prosperity through careful stewardship. Furthermore, Isaac's personal life now took on a new dimension. Abraham, having secured Sarah's resting place, would undoubtedly turn his thoughts to ensuring the continuation of the lineage through Isaac. The selection of a wife for Isaac had been a pivotal moment, a testament to Abraham's deep faith and obedience. Rebekah, brought from Abraham's ancestral homeland, was a woman of strength and character, chosen to complement Isaac. Her presence had already enriched his life, offering companionship and a shared vision for the future. Now, as Isaac assumed more responsibility, his relationship with Rebekah would become a partnership in leadership, a testament to the integrated nature of the covenant, encompassing both male and female roles in its unfolding. He would have to learn to lead not as a solitary figure, but as a husband and, in time, as a father, guiding his family within the framework of God's promises. The narrative of Isaac's inheritance is also a study in contrasting leadership styles. Abraham's faith was often expressed through decisive action, through journeys undertaken at God's command, through bold pronouncements of faith. Isaac's faith, by contrast, was more imminent, more deeply rooted in the present reality of his life. He found God not in the whirlwind or the burning bush, but in the quiet of the field at eventide, in the familiar rituals of his daily existence. This did not diminish the potency of his faith, rather, it highlighted the multifaceted ways in which the divine can be encountered and embraced. His resilience would be in his capacity to maintain his spiritual connection and his commitment to the covenant amidst the predictable routines of life, proving that faith is not solely forged in moments of crisis, but also in the sustained practice of devotion and obedience. The very act of dwelling in the land, of cultivating its fields and tending its flocks, was a form of covenantal affirmation for Isaac. It was a daily embodiment of God's promise, a quiet declaration that he and his descendants belong there. This was a different kind of faith than Abraham's, which had often been characterized by migration and the constant anticipation of future fulfillment. Isaac's faith was one of rootedness, of seeing God's faithfulness in the present bounty, in the consistent provision, in the peaceful continuation of life. His quiet resilience would be the capacity to endure the inevitable challenges, the droughts, the disputes, the uncertainties of nomadic life, without wavering in his trust, drawing strength from the very ground he walked upon, the ground that had been divinely promised. Abraham's final years would be a period of mentorship and transition. He would impart the accumulated wisdom of his long life, the lessons learned from divine encounters and human frailties. He would reinforce the principles of the covenant, the importance of righteousness, the necessity of obedience. But Isaac would have to integrate these teachings into his own unique spiritual landscape. He couldn't simply replicate Abraham's journey, he had to live his own. This meant listening to God's voice in his own context, discerning the divine will through his own experiences, and developing his own capacity for leadership grounded in his distinct temperament. His quiet resilience would be the silent strength that sustained him through these formative years, the inner fortitude that enabled him to absorb his father's teachings while forging his own path of faith. The inheritance of the promise, therefore, was not a mere inheritance of property or status, but a profound spiritual and practical undertaking. Isaac was now the central figure, the conduit through which God's covenant would continue to unfold. He carried the weight of Abraham's legacy, the divine commitments made to his father, and the future of a people yet to be fully formed. His quiet resilience, his introspective faith, and his capacity for patient endurance would be the very qualities that would enable him to navigate the complexities of this role, proving that the strength of the covenant was not dependent on a single mold of leadership, but on the diverse, yet equally potent, ways in which faith could be lived out. He was the inheritor, not just of land, but of a living, breathing promise that demanded his own unique response, his own quiet, unyielding commitment to the God who had so profoundly shaped his life. The arid plains surrounding Gerar were a testament to the ceaseless struggle for sustenance. Here, the very essence of life, water, was a precious commodity, fiercely guarded, and often the source of bitter disputes. Abraham, in his time, had navigated these treacherous waters with a blend of shrewd diplomacy and unwavering faith, securing agreements with the local Philistines, even when it meant yielding territory or rights. He understood the delicate dance required to coexist in this land, a dance choreographed by both human ambition and divine decree. But now, the mantle had passed to Isaac, and his approach, shaped by a quieter temperament and a faith that had been forged in the crucible of a unique testing, was to be put to a different kind of trial. The Philistines, under the rule of King Abimelech, viewed the migratory flocks and their owners with a mixture of wary respect and underlying suspicion. They were a people deeply rooted in their land, their customs, and their own gods, and the presence of the Abrahamic clan, with their distinct ways and their singular God, was a constant, albeit usually unprovocated, irritant. The wells, dug by generations of shepherds, were the lifeblood of their domain, and any encroachment upon them was seen as a direct challenge to their sovereignty. It was into this environment of inherent tension that Isaac, with his vast herds and his growing household, found himself firmly planted. The first sign of discord came not with the clash of swords, but with the quiet, insidious act of sabotage. A well, diligently excavated by Isaac's men, a source of hope and relief in the parched landscape, was suddenly rendered useless. The Philistine herdsmen, emboldened by a sense of territorial entitlement, had filled it with earth and stones. The act was a deliberate, calculated affront, a message delivered not in words, but in the very silencing of a life-giving spring. Isaac's reaction was not one of immediate fury or retaliatory action. Instead, a profound stillness settled over him, a familiar quietude that had always been his refuge in times of trial. He had learned from his father the value of discernment, the wisdom of not rushing into conflict, but he also possessed an innate understanding of the land and the rhythms of divine providence. He gathered his most trusted advisors, the elders of his household, men who had witnessed his steadfastness through other challenges. He did not incite them to anger, nor did he paint the Philistines as irredeemable villains. Instead, he spoke with a measured tone, his voice calm yet imbued with an unshakable conviction. "The Philistines have blocked our well," he stated, the simplicity of the declaration belying the gravity of the situation. "But God has promised us this land. He has promised us sustenance. Our strength is not in the sharpness of our spears, but in the faithfulness of our God and the resilience of our spirit." He then issued a command, not of vengeance, but of perseverance. "We will dig another well. And if they seek to stop us again, we will dig yet another. For the Lord will provide." And so, the men of Isaac's household, their hearts renewed by his quiet resolve, set to work anew. They scouted a different location, further from the immediate vicinity of the Philistine settlements, a place where they hoped to find less immediate opposition. The digging was arduous. The sun beat down relentlessly, the earth was unforgiving, and the constant threat of further obstruction loomed like a shadow. Yet, they persevered, their labor fueled by Isaac's unwavering faith and the shared hope of finding water. After days of sweat and toil, they struck water. A new well, clear and life-giving, was opened. Relief washed over the camp, a collective sigh of gratitude. But the peace was short-lived. The Philistine shepherds, it seemed, were intent on asserting their dominance. News of the newly opened well reached them, and soon, a delegation arrived, their faces grim, their words sharp and accusatory. "This water belongs to us," they declared, their voices echoing the sentiments of their king. "You have no right to dig here. Leave this place, or face our wrath." The threat was palpable, the air thick with unspoken animosity. Isaac, standing before them, did not raise his voice. He met their angry gazetones with a gentle gaze, his posture one of calm dignity. "My father, Abraham, lived in peace among you," Isaac replied, his voice steady. "He respected your boundaries and your rights. We seek only what is necessary for our flocks and our people. We have no quarrel with you. If this well is a cause of contention, then we will seek water elsewhere." It was a statement of intent, a concession born not of fear, but of a deep-seated desire for peace. He recognized that in this land, and in his dealings with the Philistines, the path of least resistance, when it did not compromise the core of their covenant, was often the wisest. He instructed his men to abandon the well and to move on. This was a difficult decision for some of his more hot-headed servants, men who had been raised on tales of Abraham's prowess and who chafed under what they perceived as meekness. They whispered amongst themselves, questioning Isaac's leadership, comparing his gentle nature unfavorably to the more assertive demeanor of his father. "Is this the son of Abraham?" they grumbled. "Does he not know how to defend what is rightfully ours?" But Isaac, though he heard their murmurs, remained unmoved. He understood that true strength was not always found in outward displays of power, but in the quiet fortitude that could endure injustice and patiently seek God's will. They moved their encampment further south, towards the arid region of Gerar. Here, the land was even more unforgiving, the signs of life scarcer. Yet, Isaac's faith did not waver. He saw this displacement not as a defeat, but as a redirection, a divine allowance for a new beginning. He found a new location, a valley that seemed to hold promise, and once again, the familiar labor began. The digging was even more challenging this time. The soil was dry and rocky, resistant to their efforts. Days turned into weeks, and the men grew weary, their hope beginning to dwindle. Doubts began to creep into their hearts, and the whispers of discontent grew louder. Finally, after immense effort, they found water. A small, but steady, spring began to bubble forth. A collective sigh of relief went through the camp, a testament to their enduring perseverance. Isaac offered a prayer of thanksgiving, his heart filled with gratitude for God's continued faithfulness. But the reprieve was once again fleeting. Soon, the Philistine shepherds, ever watchful, discovered their new source. This time, their anger was more pronounced. They did not merely fill the well with earth. They confronted Isaac's men with open hostility, their demands echoing the previous confrontation, but with a heightened sense of aggression. "You have encroached upon our lands once too often," they roared. "We will not tolerate your presence here any longer. Leave, or be driven out by force." The situation was escalating, and Isaac knew that a direct confrontation could lead to bloodshed, a possibility he desperately wanted to avoid. He saw the desperation in the eyes of his own men, the growing fear, and the simmering anger. He also saw the unyielding animosity of the Philistines. He made another difficult decision, a decision that would be a hallmark of his leadership in Gerar. He gathered his men and addressed them, his voice carrying a quiet authority that belied the challenging circumstances. "My brothers," he began, "we have dug and found water, and they have come to claim it. This is not the first time, nor will it be the last, that we will face such opposition. But let us remember why we are here. We are here because of God's promise. He has blessed us with fertile land and abundant flocks, and He has placed us in this land. Our strength lies not in fighting our neighbors, but in trusting the one who has guided our steps." He paused, allowing his words to sink in. "We will leave this well. We will not contend with them. For the Lord will make a way for us." His men were bewildered. Some were openly resentful, seeing this as a sign of weakness. Others, however, were beginning to understand the deeper wisdom in Isaac's approach. They had seen his unwavering faith, his patience, and his consistent reliance on God. They began to trust that there was a divine plan unfolding, even in these frustrating circumstances. Isaac led them away, their herds following, their hearts heavy with disappointment but also a nascent sense of peace, knowing they had chosen the path of non-retaliation. They journeyed further, seeking a place where they could finally settle and draw sustenance without provoking conflict. The land was dry, the sun relentless, but Isaac's resolve remained unbroken. He believed, with all his heart, that God would provide. He led his people to a wide, open plain, a place that seemed to offer a measure of isolation from the watchful eyes of the Philistines. And there, with renewed determination, they began to dig once more. This time, the effort was monumental. The ground was hard and unyielding, a testament to years of drought and neglect. The men labored tirelessly, their bodies aching, their spirits tested to their limits. Isaac himself worked alongside them, his hands calloused, his brow furrowed, his prayers a constant, silent refrain. He saw the weariness in his men, but he also saw the flicker of hope that ignited with each shovelful of earth that was removed. He spoke words of encouragement, reminding them of the covenant, of God's promise to Abraham and to his descendants. After what seemed like an eternity, they finally heard the glorious sound of water seeping into the depths of the well. It was not a gushing torrent, but a slow, steady flow, a promise of life in the desolate landscape. A profound sense of relief and gratitude washed over Isaac and his people. They had endured the opposition, the threats, and the relentless labor, and they had been rewarded. This well, christened Rehoboth, signifying broad places, or room, represented a new phase of their settlement, a place where they could finally expand and prosper. Isaac's patient resilience had paid off. They had found space to grow, not through conquest, but through perseverance and unwavering faith in God's provision. The Philistines, however, were not yet finished. News of the flourishing well at Rehoboth reached them, and the envy and suspicion that had long simmered beneath the surface boiled over. King Abimelech, perhaps influenced by the fear and resentment of his people, or perhaps simply seeing Isaac's prosperity as a threat to his own dominion, summoned Isaac to his presence. It was a tense meeting. Abimelech, no longer seeking a polite arrangement, confronted Isaac directly. "Why have you come here?" he demanded. "You are living in our land, and you have dug wells that we believe are rightfully ours. Leave us, for your presence is becoming a source of trouble." Isaac, in the face of the king's direct accusation, did not retaliate with anger or defiance. Instead, he responded with a profound truth, a testament to his character and his understanding of God's covenant. "I have come here only because the Lord has blessed me," Isaac explained, his voice resonating with sincerity. "My father, Abraham, was a sojourner in this land, but he established his covenant with you and your people. And now, I, his son, continue to live here in peace. You sent me away from your land before, and I left without protest. But now, we have dug this well, and the Lord has provided water for us. We do not seek to claim what is yours, we only seek to live in peace and to flourish according to God's will." He then appealed to a deeper understanding of fairness and mutual respect. "Since you have shown me hostility," Isaac continued, "and driven me away from your lands, let us make a covenant, a formal agreement, that will ensure peace between us and our descendants. Let there be an understanding, a recognition of our right to dwell here, and a commitment to mutual respect." Abimelech, perhaps taken aback by Isaac's calm demeanor and his genuine desire for peace, and perhaps recognizing the truth in Isaac's words about Abraham's legacy, found himself softening. He saw not a conqueror, but a man of integrity, a man who sought God's favor and whose prosperity was a testament to that favor. The king agreed to the covenant. He recognized that Isaac's resilience, his unwavering faith, and his commitment to peace were qualities that commanded respect. The agreement was sealed, a solemn vow between the king of the Philistines and the son of Abraham. This pact marked a turning point, not only for Isaac and his people but for the relationship between the Israelites and the Philistines. It was a testament to the fact that true strength often lies not in aggression, but in patient endurance, in steadfast faith, and in the unwavering pursuit of peace, even in the face of adversity. The wells of Gerar, once symbols of conflict, had become, through Isaac's quiet resilience, monuments to a divinely brokered peace, each one a whispered testament to the enduring power of faith. The dust of the Mesopotamian plains, so different from the arid soil of Canaan, still clung to Rebekah's veil. It was a scent of her homeland, a memory of the familiar riverbanks and the bustling city of Nahor. Yet, beneath the apprehension that fluttered in her chest, a nascent sense of purpose had begun to take root. The journey, undertaken at the behest of a solemn vow made by Abraham, Isaac's father, had been long and arduous. Each mile traveled westward was a step further from the life she knew, and a step closer to a destiny she could only dimly perceive. The servant, a man of deep wisdom and quiet devotion, had explained the gravity of their mission with meticulous care. He spoke of a patriarch, Abraham, whose faith had moved mountains and whose lineage was a sacred trust, a vessel chosen to carry the promise of a covenant stretching into generations untold. And now, this chosen vessel, Isaac, was to be united with a woman from their own kin, a woman whose character and piety would ensure the continuation of that sacred line. The servant had prayed with an intensity that had moved Rebekah. He had sought divine guidance at every turn, his prayers a silent symphony in the vast, indifferent landscapes. He had prayed for a sign at the well, a place where water, the very essence of life, was found. He had asked that the young woman who would be Isaac's bride would be the one to offer water not only to him but also to his camels, a task usually reserved for men, a gesture that would speak of her strength, her generosity, and her willingness to serve. It was a prayer born of faith, a plea for a divine affirmation of the path they were treading. Rebekah, though a maiden of spirit and discernment, felt the weight of such a request. Could she, a simple woman from truly be the answer to such a profound supplication? As they neared the wells of Gerar, the air grew heavy with anticipation. The servant, his gaze sharp and observant, had recounted the story of Isaac's life, a life marked by profound obedience and a faith tested by fire. He spoke of the unique bond between Isaac and his father, the echoes of Abraham's faith resonating in his son. He painted a picture of Isaac not as a boisterous warrior, but as a man of quiet strength, a shepherd whose heart was attuned to the whispers of the divine. He described Isaac's solitary journey after his father's death, his faithfulness in tending the flocks, and his peaceful resolution of conflicts with the Philistines, a testament to his character. This, the servant explained, was the man Rebekah was to meet, the man with whom she would share a destiny intertwined with the very fabric of God's promise. The scene at the well was as the servant had envisioned, though perhaps more profound in its lived reality than any prediction could have conveyed. The sun beat down on the parched land, and the air shimmered with heat. The well, a focal point of activity in the midst of the desolation, drew both man and beast. As the servant and his company approached, they observed a young man, his countenance serene, sitting thoughtfully by the well. There was an aura of gentle authority about him, a stillness that spoke of deep contemplation. This was Isaac, not in the grandeur of a king, but in the humble dignity of a shepherd. Then, a young woman, her movements graceful and unhurried, approached the well. Rebekah, though her heart beat with a nervous rhythm, carried herself with the poise and assurance that had marked her throughout her journey. As she reached the well, she saw the weary travelers, their camels already gathered. Without a moment's hesitation, she acted. She lowered her water skin, drawing forth the precious liquid, her hands moving with practiced efficiency. She offered it to the servant, and then, in a gesture that resonated with the servant's heartfelt prayer, she turned to the thirsty camels, offering them water as well. It was a simple act of kindness, an outpouring of hospitality that transcended cultural barriers and spoke volumes of her character. The servant watched, his heart swelling with a joy that bordered on awe. This was the sign, the clear affirmation of divine providence. The young woman before him possessed a spirit of selfless generosity, a natural inclination towards service that mirrored the very qualities he had prayed for. He approached her, his voice filled with emotion. He introduced himself and spoke of Abraham, his master, and the mission entrusted to him. He explained the covenant, the promise of a great nation, and the need for Isaac to take a wife from his own kindred. Rebekah listened, her initial surprise giving way to a dawning understanding. The narrative of her life, once confined to the familiar landscapes of Mesopotamia, was now expanding, her story becoming part of a much grander, divinely authored epic. He then spoke of Isaac, not as a stranger, but as a man of God, a man whose life was consecrated to a sacred purpose. He described Isaac's character, his faithfulness, his devotion, and the unique testing he had undergone. He spoke of the father's prayer, the desire for a wife who would be a true helpmate, a partner in faith and in life, a woman who would uphold the integrity of the covenant. As the servant spoke, Rebekah saw not just a proposal, but a divine invitation. She saw that her arrival at this well, her interaction with this contemplative stranger, was not a mere coincidence, but a meticulously orchestrated moment in the unfolding of God's plan. Rebekah's response was not one of immediate capitulation, but of thoughtful consideration. She was a woman of intelligence and spirit, and while she had been brought up in a household that revered God, the magnitude of this decision was not to be taken lightly. She spoke with her brother, Laban, and with her parents, conveying the servant's words and the significance of his prayer. Her family, recognizing the divine hand in the events, and understanding the immense honor and responsibility that such a union represented, gave their blessing. The servant, assured of Rebekah's willingness and her family's consent, prepared for the return journey, the promise of a new chapter for Isaac now tangible and real. The journey back to Canaan was imbued with a different atmosphere. The apprehension that had accompanied Rebekah on her outward voyage had been replaced by a quiet anticipation, a sense of stepping into a divinely appointed role. The servant recounted more stories of Isaac, painting a richer portrait of the man she was to marry. He spoke of Isaac's deep connection to the land, his diligent stewardship of the flocks, and his peaceful interactions with his neighbors. He emphasized Isaac's unwavering faith, a faith that had been forged in the crucible of his father's obedience and his own profound experiences. He described how Isaac, even in the face of conflict and displacement, had sought peace and trusted in God's provision. As they drew closer to Gerar, the servant explained that Isaac often walked in the fields in the evening, a time of quiet reflection and communion with God. It was during this time of contemplative peace that Isaac would encounter Rebekah for the first time. He did not know she was coming. He had no preconceived notion of who his future wife would be, only the deep-seated trust that God, who had guided his father, would also guide him in this significant aspect of his life. The servant's purpose was not to orchestrate a dramatic reunion, but to allow for a natural, God-ordained meeting. And so, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows across the plains, Isaac, as was his custom, went out to meditate. He walked with a quiet step, his thoughts turned towards the Lord, his heart open to his will. He was a man wrestling with the deep questions of his existence, the legacy he was to carry, and the future of the covenant. It was in this moment of solitude, of heartfelt seeking, that he saw a caravan approaching. His curiosity was piqued, for such a large company was not a common sight in these parts. As they drew nearer, he could discern figures dismounting. One man, his face etched with experience and devotion, approached him with a sense of reverence. Isaac, a man of inherent hospitality and grace, met him with a courteous inquiry. The servant, his voice resonating with the weight of his mission, began to speak. He spoke of Abraham, his master, and the blessings God had bestowed upon him. He recounted the journey and the prayer offered at the well, explaining the sign that had confirmed their choice. He introduced Rebekah, who stood nearby, her veiled presence a picture of quiet dignity. Isaac looked upon Rebekah, and in that first gaze, a profound sense of recognition, of divine affirmation, washed over him. It was not a sudden, earth-shattering infatuation, but a deep, settled peace, a knowing that this was the one chosen for him. He saw in her eyes a reflection of the same faith that sustained him, a kindred spirit ready to walk with him through the trials and blessings of life. He saw the answered prayer, not just of his father, but of his own heart. The servant's narrative had prepared him, but the reality of Rebekah, her quiet presence, her dignified bearing, transcended any description. He welcomed her into his tent, his home, and his life. The integration of Rebekah into Isaac's household was more than a mere addition of a new member. It was the infusion of a new dynamic, a new promise of continuity. She was not just a wife, she was the inheritor of a sacred trust, a co-laborer in the grand design of God. Her presence brought a new season of life to Isaac, a companionship that would enrich his journey and secure the future of the covenant. The wells of Gerar, once a site of contention and perseverance, had now become a place of divine appointment, the scene of a union orchestrated by God, a union that would echo through the generations, a testament to the faithfulness of the patriarchs and the enduring power of his promise. Rebekah's arrival marked not an ending, but a profound beginning, a blossoming of hope in the arid landscape of a life dedicated to divine purpose. The dust of years had settled, not as a shroud, but as a patina upon Isaac's life. The trials, the moments of profound testing, and the quiet joys had woven a rich tapestry, yet as the twilight years of his earthly sojourn began to cast their long shadows, a subtle weariness had begun to creep into his spirit. It was a weariness not of the flesh, but of the soul, a quiet ache born from the persistent uncertainties that had shadowed his journey. He had been a man of singular faith, a son who had willingly laid himself upon the altar of his father's obedience, a patriarch who had navigated the treacherous waters of famine and conflict with a steady hand. Yet, the whispers of doubt, like the desert winds, could sometimes stir the settled sands of conviction. His beloved Rebekah, the woman chosen from afar, whose presence had been a balm and a blessing, was a source of both comfort and growing concern. The deep affection that had bloomed between them had, by the grace of God, yielded fruit, but that fruit had ripened into a division that pained his heart. The undeniable favoritism, the stark contrast in his love for his twin sons, had created fissures within his home and, more profoundly, within his own soul. He saw the keenness of Esau's spirit, the earthy strength and outward prowess that had drawn him in, and he recognized a reflection of his own younger days. But he also saw the quiet, contemplative nature of Jacob, the depth of spirit that Rebekah so ardently championed, and he wrestled with the burgeoning tension between his heart's inclination and the divine threads that seemed to weave through his wife's discernment. It was in this season of quiet introspection, a period marked by the familiar rhythms of shepherding his abundant flocks and tending to the needs of his household, that Isaac found himself drawn to a place of solitude. He would often retreat to the open fields, the same fields that had witnessed his father's steadfast devotion, the same skies that had gazed down upon Abraham's unwavering faith. It was here, amidst the rustling grasses and the vast expanse of the heavens, that he would seek a deeper communion with the God who had guided his life from its earliest breath. He carried the weight of generations within him, the echoes of a covenant sworn with an unfailing Lord, and in his heart, he yearned for a renewed assurance, a tangible reaffirmation of the promises that formed the bedrock of his existence. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and gold, Isaac sat by the well, the very well that had witnessed such pivotal moments in his life. The day's labors were done, the flocks settled, and a profound stillness pervaded the air. He had been contemplating the intricate workings of God's providence, the way in which seemingly disparate events coalesced into a grand, overarching design. He thought of his father's unwavering trust, of the almost unbearable sacrifice he had been called to make, and the subsequent outpouring of blessing that had followed. He thought of Rebekah's arrival, a journey guided by divine hand, and the deep, settling peace that had affirmed her as his wife. He thought, too, of his sons, two boys born of the same womb, yet so distinct in spirit, their destinies seemingly pulling in opposing directions. The love he bore them was immense, but the growing chasm between them was a source of profound sorrow. As his thoughts meandered through the landscapes of his life, a new awareness began to dawn within him. It was a subtle shift, an internal luminescence that seemed to emanate from the very core of his being. The air around him grew thick with a presence, not an oppressive one, but a palpable sense of holiness, of divine proximity. The ordinary sounds of the evening, the distant bleating of sheep, the gentle breeze rustling the leaves, seemed to recede, replaced by an inner stillness that resonated with a sacred hush. He looked up, his gaze sweeping across the darkening sky, and felt a profound sense of being seen, of being known, not just by the Creator of the stars, but by a personal, loving God. Then, a voice, not of sound as the world understood it, but of pure, resonant truth, spoke within his heart. It was a voice that transcended the limitations of human language, yet its meaning was as clear and distinct as the noonday sun. Isaac, the voice declared, a gentle affirmation that vibrated through his very bones, I am the God of Abraham, your father, and the God of Isaac. Fear not, for I am with you. A tremor of awe, mingled with a profound sense of relief, coursed through Isaac. This was not a dream, nor a fleeting thought. This was a direct encounter, a divine visitation that pierced through the veil of his earthly concerns. He had, in his quiet way, sought this connection, and now, in his infinite mercy, the Lord had answered. I will be with you, the voice continued, its tone infused with an unwavering certainty that banished all shadows of doubt. And I will bless you. I will make your descendants as numerous as the stars in the sky, and I will give them all these lands. And in your offspring shall all the nations of the earth be blessed. The words washed over Isaac like a cooling rain upon parched earth. The promises, ancient yet ever new, resonated with a power that revitalized his weary spirit. He remembered the fervent prayers of his father, the unwavering conviction that had propelled Abraham's faith through countless trials. He remembered the foundational promise, the assurance that through his lineage, a blessing would flow to all the nations of the world. And now, in his own twilight years, that same promise was being renewed, not as a distant echo, but as a vibrant, living truth. Numerous as the stars, he whispered to himself, the words a testament to a future he might never fully witness, yet a future he was called to nurture. He thought of the vastness of the desert night sky, the countless pinpricks of light that stretched beyond human comprehension. To be a patriarch of a people so numerous, a people destined to inherit the land and to be a conduit of divine blessing to the world, it was a vision that dwarfed his personal anxieties and elevated his purpose. And the lands, the inheritance of Canaan, the land promised to his father, now affirmed for his descendants. It was a land that had been the scene of both blessing and strife, a land where Isaac himself had faced the challenges of foreign rulers and the constant need to assert his God-given rights. The assurance that this land would be the inheritance of his people brought a deep sense of peace. It was not a promise of effortless possession, but a divine decree, a testament to God's faithfulness in fulfilling his covenant, even when the path was fraught with difficulty. But it was the final part of the declaration that truly resonated within his soul, and in your offspring shall all the nations of the earth be blessed. This was the heart of the covenant, the ultimate purpose for which his lineage had been set apart. It was not merely about the proliferation of a people or the possession of a land, it was about a redemptive purpose that would extend far beyond the borders of Canaan, reaching out to encompass all humanity. In that moment, Isaac understood that his personal struggles, the tensions within his family, were but small eddies in the vast, flowing river of God's redemptive plan. The divine voice continued, a gentle reassurance that addressed the unspoken concerns that lay heavy upon his heart. Though challenges may arise, and though divisions may seem deep, remember that my plan is steadfast. The choices of men may lead to sorrow, but they cannot alter the eternal decree of my covenant. These words were a balm to his troubled spirit. He knew the Lord was speaking of the contrasting natures of his sons, of the diverging paths they seemed destined to tread. He knew of Rebekah's fierce devotion to Jacob, and his own affection for the more robust, yet perhaps less spiritually attuned, Esau. The tension between them was a palpable thing, a storm cloud gathering on his domestic horizon. Yet, the Lord's assurance transcended these human complexities. God's promise was not contingent upon the perfection of his sons, nor upon the absence of conflict within his household. It was an immutable truth, rooted in his own character and his unwavering faithfulness. You have honored me, the voice affirmed, a gentle praise that warmed his heart. You have walked in obedience, and you have trusted in my provision. Continue to walk in faith, Isaac, and know that my blessing rests upon you and upon your seed, now and for all generations. The divine presence began to recede, not abruptly, but with a gentle fading, like the slow descent of twilight into night. The sounds of the world gradually returned, the rustling leaves, the distant bleating of sheep, yet they seemed to carry a new resonance, a subtle harmony that spoke of God's immanence. Isaac remained seated by the well, his heart overflowing with a gratitude that was almost unbearable. The weariness that had begun to settle upon him had been dispelled, replaced by a vibrant, renewed strength. The uncertainties that had clouded his spirit had been illuminated by the unwavering light of God's promise. He rose to his feet, his body feeling lighter, his spirit invigorated. He looked out across the darkening fields, the familiar landscape now imbued with a sacred significance. He saw not just acres of land, but the unfolding panorama of a divine narrative, a story of covenant faithfulness that stretched from his father Abraham to generations yet unborn. The conflicts within his own home, the deep love and the subtle divisions he felt between his sons, seemed less like insurmountable obstacles and more like threads in a grand tapestry, threads that God, in his infinite wisdom, would weave together according to his perfect design. He understood now, with a clarity that transcended his personal preferences, that the Lord's purpose was paramount. His role was not to force a predetermined outcome based on his own limited vision, but to remain a faithful steward, a conduit of the blessings God had so generously bestowed. The promise of countless descendants, the inheritance of the land, and the ultimate blessing to all nations, these were not merely pronouncements, but immutable truths that would shape the destiny of the world. As he turned towards his tent, the cool night air caressing his face, Isaac carried within him a profound peace. The Lord's blessing was not a fleeting moment, but a foundational assurance, a divine reaffirmation that would sustain him through whatever trials lay ahead. He knew that the path would not always be smooth, that human frailty would continue to manifest, but the covenant remained. And in that enduring covenant, Isaac found the solace and the strength to continue his journey, a patriarch entrusted with a divine legacy, a testament to the unshakable faithfulness of his God. The whisperings of doubt were silenced, replaced by the resounding truth of God's enduring love and his unwavering commitment to his chosen people. His resilience, forged in the crucible of faith, was now infused with a fresh, divine certainty, a quiet strength that would see him through to the end of his days. The stillness that had settled over Isaac's spirit after his divine encounter by the well did not erase the deep-seated cares that had been a part of his life for years. While the renewed assurance of God's covenant was a powerful balm, the quiet ache for a family, for sons who would carry on the sacred lineage, remained a persistent whisper beneath the surface of his newfound peace. He had witnessed firsthand the anguish of his father, Abraham, and his beloved wife, Sarah, as they navigated the barren years, the seasons where hope seemed to wither on the vine before it could even sprout. He had seen the quiet dignity with which Sarah bore her longing, and the unyielding faith Abraham maintained, a faith that sometimes seemed to burn brighter in the face of overwhelming impossibility. Now, that same ache, that same yearning, had found its home within his own heart, and more acutely, within the heart of his cherished Rebekah. Rebekah, the radiant woman who had entered his life like a gift from the heavens, was his truest companion, his confidant, the one with whom he shared the deepest recesses of his soul. Their love had been a steady flame, a source of immense comfort and joy. Yet, as the years unfolded, a shadow began to lengthen over their shared life, the absence of children. The fertile lands of Canaan, promised to his lineage, seemed to mock their personal barrenness. The bleating of newborn lambs in the fields, the laughter of children in neighboring settlements, these were tender reminders of the joy that eluded them. Isaac watched Rebekah's silent struggles, the way her eyes would sometimes linger on a mother cradling her infant, the subtle shift in her demeanor when the topic of children arose. He felt her unspoken sorrow as keenly as if it were his own, and in those moments, the weight of their shared longing pressed heavily upon him. He remembered the conversations, the hushed whispers in the privacy of their tent, the shared tears that spoke volumes of their unspoken prayers. There had been a time, not so long ago, when Isaac had perhaps harbored a quiet assumption, a belief that God's promises would manifest in the expected ways, that the covenant's continuation would be a straightforward unfolding. But life, as he was continually learning, was rarely so simple. The years passed, and the silence from Rebekah's womb grew louder, more insistent. It was a silence that began to gnaw at the edges of his faith, not in a way that questioned God's power, but in a way that stirred a deep, personal plea for understanding and for divine intervention. It was during this period of intense longing that Isaac found himself drawn to prayer with a new fervor, a desperate seeking that transcended mere supplication. He would retreat to the quiet places, the ancient stones and the rustling olive groves, places where the echoes of his father's prayers seemed to linger. He would kneel, not with the casual request of a man accustomed to abundance, but with the profound humility of one who understood that life itself, and the continuation of God's covenant, were gifts entirely dependent on the Creator's will. His prayers for Rebekah were not just for her physical well-being, but for the deep emotional and spiritual solace she sought. He prayed for the breaking of the barrenness, for the seed of promise to be sown, for the covenant to be perpetuated through the lifeblood of their own union. He poured out his heart before the Lord, recounting the promises made to Abraham, to himself, and reiterating the desire to be faithful stewards of that sacred trust. "O Lord," he would whisper, his voice raspy with emotion, "you have been our God from the beginning. You are the God who brought forth life from the barrenness of Sarah's womb, who sustained Abraham through trials that would have crushed a lesser man. You have blessed me with abundance in my flocks and herds, with peace in this land, and with a beloved wife whose spirit shines with your light. Yet, the deepest longing of my heart remains unfulfilled. My wife, Rebekah, whom you yourself brought to me, is barren. We yearn for children, Lord, for sons and daughters who will know your name and carry on the heritage of faith that has been entrusted to us. Look upon our plea, O God. Let your mercy extend to us, and let us know the joy of family, the blessing of heirs who will sing your praises." These prayers were not mere words. They were the outpouring of a soul wrestling with the divine mystery, a deep reliance on God's power to bring forth life where nature declared it impossible. He trusted in the God who had demonstrated his faithfulness in 1,000 ways, and he clung to the hope that this, too, would be a testament to his omnipotence. He understood that the barrenness was not a sign of God's displeasure, but rather an opportunity for his power to be magnified, a canvas upon which his sovereign will could be most vividly displayed. He prayed with the knowledge that God's timing was perfect, even when it felt agonizingly slow, and that the ultimate purpose behind their waiting would be revealed in due course. As the seasons continued their cyclical dance, a profound shift began to occur within Rebekah. It was a subtle change, a dawning awareness that bloomed not with the sudden fanfare of a miracle, but with a quiet, undeniable certainty. Isaac noticed it first in the luminescence of her eyes, in the gentle smile that seemed to hold a secret joy, in the way she moved with a new, almost reverent grace. He watched her closely, his heart filled with a mixture of hope and trepidation, for he knew the history of waiting, the potential for disappointment. But as the signs became more evident, as the reality of new life began to bloom within her, his prayers turned from supplication to thanksgiving. The news, when it was finally confirmed, was met with a joy that was almost overwhelming. It was a joy tempered by the memory of past longing, a profound appreciation for a blessing that had been so earnestly sought. Isaac held Rebekah close, his heart swelling with gratitude to the God who had heard their cries and answered their prayers. He saw in her growing belly not just the promise of children, but the tangible manifestation of God's faithfulness, a testament to the power that could bring life from what seemed utterly lifeless. Yet, even in this season of profound joy, a new layer of complexity began to emerge. As Rebekah's pregnancy progressed, she began to experience unusual sensations. A disquiet stirred within her, a palpable sense of struggle, of two distinct lives, two opposing forces, warring within her womb. She would cry out in distress, her body contorted, and Isaac, ever attentive, would rush to her side, his own heart tightening with a shared anxiety. The burgeoning life within her was a miracle, a direct answer to prayer, but it was also a source of bewilderment and concern. "What is this, Isaac?" she would ask, her voice laced with a fear that mirrored his own unspoken worries. "There is a turbulence within me, a constant struggle, as if two nations are battling for dominance inside my body." Isaac, his faith renewed by the miracle of conception, sought divine guidance once more. He knelt by Rebekah's side, his hand resting gently on her swollen abdomen, and poured out his heart to God. "Lord," he prayed, his voice steady, "you have granted us the immense blessing of this pregnancy, a testament to your power and your faithfulness. We thank you for this gift, for the life that quickens within Rebekah. But now, a new mystery unfolds. She feels a conflict, a struggle that troubles her and us both. Reveal to us, O God, the meaning of this unrest. What is the destiny of these lives you have placed within her? Guide us, Lord, that we may understand your will and nurture them according to your perfect plan." And in his infinite wisdom, the Lord answered, not with a voice that shook the heavens, but with a quiet revelation that settled upon Isaac's spirit. It was a divine unveiling of the distinct destinies that awaited the two lives within Rebekah's womb. He understood, with a clarity that both humbled and awed him, that these were not just two infants, but two individuals whose lives would be marked by God's sovereign hand, whose paths would diverge in ways that would shape the future of his lineage and, indeed, the nations of the earth. He received the knowledge that the elder, Esau, would be strong, a man of the field, favored by his father. And the younger, Jacob, would be contemplative, a man of tents, favored by his mother. More profoundly, he understood that the younger would indeed serve the elder, but that God's ultimate purposes would be realized through the lineage of Jacob, a truth that would resonate through generations to come. This foreknowledge brought with it a heavy responsibility. The joy of parenthood was now intertwined with the awareness of divine foreshadowing, of a narrative that extended far beyond the confines of his own home. He saw the potential for conflict, for the very tensions that had begun to stir within Rebekah's womb to manifest in the lives of his sons. The tenderness he felt for Rebekah was now amplified by the knowledge of the physical and emotional toll this pregnancy was taking on her, a toll that seemed to hint at the deep, inherent differences between the two lives she carried. He understood that the struggle within the womb was a premonition, a divine whisper of the complexities that would define their relationship and, by extension, the future of his family. The barrenness had been a crucible, forging his faith and deepening his reliance on God. Now, the abundance of life within Rebekah presented a new set of challenges, a complex tapestry woven with the threads of divine promise and human free will, a prelude to the unfolding drama of his sons' lives. Chapter 4. Jacob's Deception and Dreams. The aroma of simmering lentils and roasted roots filled the air, a comforting, earthy perfume that usually signaled a time of simple sustenance. Yet, today, the scent seemed to carry a sharper edge, a hint of desperation that clung to the very fibers of the tent. Outside, the sun, a brazen eye in the azure expanse, beat down relentlessly upon the land. Within, however, a different kind of heat was building, the fevered hunger of a man pushed to his limits. Esau, his body still bearing the dust and sweat of a long day's hunt, stumbled through the tent flap, his broad shoulders slumped with exhaustion, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The vast, open plains he so loved, the hunting grounds that yielded him sustenance and pride, had been particularly unforgiving. His quiver was empty, his stomach a cavern of gnawing emptiness. Jacob, ever the observer, ever the man of the hearth and the carefully tended flocks, watched his brother's entrance from his usual vantage point near the simmering pot. There was a flicker in his eyes, a calculating gleam that was as much a part of him as the color of his skin. He saw not just a hungry brother, but an opportunity, a confluence of immediate need and a long-held ambition. The birthright, the weighty inheritance of his father's blessing, of the covenant promise passed down from Abraham, was a concept that had been etched into Jacob's very soul since he was a child, nurtured by his mother Rebekah's quiet whispers and his own innate desire for something more than the life of a hunter. It was the promise of a legacy, of a leadership that would extend beyond the immediate and into the annals of time, a promise he felt stirring within him with an almost divine imperative. Esau, his voice rough with depletion, let out a groan that seemed to emanate from the depths of his being. Jacob, he rasped, collapsing onto a nearby mat, his eyes, usually bright and keen, now dull with an overwhelming weariness. I am perishing. Give me some of that red stuff, that lentil stew. I am famished. The words were simple, born of primal need, yet they carried the weight of his entire physical being crying out for relief. The red stuff, the humble, nourishing pottage that Jacob had so diligently prepared, was the only thing Esau could focus on, the singular desire that eclipsed all else in his depleted state. Jacob, his gaze unwavering, his voice calm and measured, a stark contrast to Esau's desperate plea, recognized the moment. It was a crossroads, a confluence of his brother's immediate, desperate need and his own deeply ingrained yearning. He saw the raw, unadulterated hunger in Esau's eyes, a hunger that blurred the boundaries of reason and consequence. And in that instant, the carefully constructed edifice of his mother's counsel, the years of subtle cultivation of his own ambitions, coalesced into a singular, potent proposition. I will sell you my birthright, Jacob stated, his voice low but firm, the words hanging in the air like a pronouncement. He met his brother's gaze, not with malice, but with a quiet intensity, a steely resolve that surprised even himself. Esau's reaction was swift, and in its own way, as revealing as his hunger. He looked at Jacob, his brow furrowed for a fleeting moment, as if trying to comprehend the sheer absurdity of the offer. The birthright, the symbol of his lineage, of his father's favor, of the covenant itself, was being casually placed on the bargaining table for a bowl of stew. But then, the gnawing emptiness in his belly reasserted its dominion. The immediate, visceral need for sustenance overwhelmed the abstract, albeit significant, value of the birthright. He pictured the warm, savory stew, the way it would fill the aching void, the immediate relief it would bring. The future, the legacy, the covenant, these were distant, intangible concepts. His hunger was immediate, undeniable, and all-consuming. Look, Esau declared, his voice still hoarse, but now carrying a desperate urgency that bordered on exasperation, I am about to die. What good is the birthright to me if I am dead? In that statement lay the core of his desperation, the complete surrender of his future to the demands of his present. He saw the birthright not as a sacred trust, but as a burden, a concept rendered meaningless by the overwhelming reality of his physical suffering. It was a profound abdication, a willingness to trade an eternal inheritance for a fleeting moment of relief. The weight of his lineage, the promise that had been spoken over him even before his birth, seemed to vanish like mist in the noonday sun, utterly insignificant in the face of his immediate physical agony. Jacob, sensing the shift, the complete capitulation of his brother's will, pressed his advantage. He saw the truth of Esau's words, the raw desperation that made the birthright seem like a distant, irrelevant dream. But he also saw the confirmation of his own nascent understanding of the divine narrative unfolding around him. He had been told, by his mother who had received the word from God himself, that he was destined to be the greater, that the younger would serve the elder, and that God's favor would ultimately rest with him. Now, Esau, in his own reckless way, was confirming this divine decree, willingly relinquishing the very thing that symbolized his seniority. "Then swear to me now," Jacob demanded, his voice regaining its composure, the gravity of the transaction settling upon him. It was more than just a meal, it was a covenant being forged in the crucible of hunger and ambition, a deliberate act that would irrevocably alter the course of their lives and the destiny of their family. Esau, his eyes fixed on the steaming bowl that Jacob now held out, his senses overwhelmed by the rich aroma, readily agreed. "I swear it," he pledged, the words a hasty, almost careless whisper, sealing his fate and the fate of his inheritance. He felt no shame, no remorse, only an overwhelming relief at the prospect of immediate sustenance. The exchange was made. The birthright, the intangible, sacred inheritance passed down through generations, the promise of covenant and leadership, was traded for a bowl of red stew. It was a transaction born of primal need and calculated ambition, a moment where the physical superseded the spiritual, and the immediate eclipsed the eternal. As Esau greedily consumed the stew, his hunger finally sated, he likely felt a fleeting satisfaction, unaware of the profound, irreversible loss he had just incurred. The immediate aftermath was marked by a peculiar stillness within the tent. Esau, his hunger appeased, felt a temporary sense of well-being. He had eaten, he had survived the immediate pangs of starvation. The incident, from his perspective, was a simple exchange, a necessary compromise to avoid succumbing to his bodily needs. He likely felt a transient irritation at Jacob's seemingly exorbitant price, but the overwhelming relief of a full stomach quickly pushed such thoughts aside. He probably saw Jacob as shrewd, perhaps even a little unfair, but he did not grasp the magnitude of what had transpired. He had, in his desperation, willingly divested himself of a sacred trust, a birthright that was not merely about inheritance but about destiny. Jacob, on the other hand, felt a complex mixture of emotions. There was the satisfaction of a keenly struck bargain, the fulfillment of a long-held ambition. The birthright was now his, a tangible step towards the future he felt destined for. Yet, beneath the triumph, a disquiet began to stir. He had acted, yes, but he had acted out of his own desire, his own ambition, and crucially, he had acted upon his brother's desperate vulnerability. He had used Esau's weakness to his own advantage, a cunning that, while effective, carried the unsettling weight of manipulation. He had played a role in shaping his own destiny, but the method was far from the pure, unadulterated faith that had characterized his grandfather, Abraham. This was not the unfolding of a divine promise through unwavering trust, but a carefully orchestrated human endeavor, fraught with ethical complexities. Rebekah, ever perceptive, would have undoubtedly sensed the seismic shift that had occurred within her household. While the details might have remained veiled, she would have understood the underlying currents. She had, after all, been instrumental in fostering Jacob's ambition, in planting the seeds of his destiny. Her foreknowledge, whispered to her by God, of the elder serving the younger, would have cast a long shadow over her dealings with her sons. She likely saw this incident, not as a theft, but as a confirmation of God's plan, a necessary step in ensuring that Jacob, the one with whom God's covenant would ultimately reside, received his rightful inheritance. Her perspective, while perhaps driven by a mother's fierce desire to see her favored son fulfill his potential, was also deeply intertwined with a divine mandate. She saw the bigger picture, the grand tapestry of God's promises, and believed that human actions, even flawed ones, could be woven into that divine design. The incident, however, was more than just a personal transaction between two brothers. It was a profound statement about the nature of humanity and its entanglement with divine purpose. Here was a lineage chosen by God, a covenant intended to bless the nations, and yet, its continuation was being shaped by such deeply human frailties: Esau's impulsiveness and lack of foresight, Jacob's ambition and cunning, and Rebekah's manipulative foresight. It highlighted the inherent tension between God's sovereign will and human free will. God had decreed that Jacob would be the greater, that his lineage would carry the covenant. Yet, the path to that destiny was not paved with straightforward faith but with deception and desperate bargains. This act of acquiring the birthright was not merely about gaining seniority or a greater inheritance, it was about assuming a spiritual leadership. The firstborn son carried a unique authority, a responsibility to uphold the family's spiritual legacy and to represent them before God. By taking the birthright, Jacob was, in essence, usurping that spiritual authority. This was not a neutral act, it was a transgression that carried significant implications, both for the brothers and for the future of their covenant line. The very foundation of their family's spiritual inheritance had been compromised by an act of human manipulation. The long-term consequences of this act were inevitable. The immediate satisfaction of hunger and ambition would give way to a festering resentment and a deep rift between the brothers. Esau, upon realizing the full extent of what he had traded, would undoubtedly feel a profound sense of betrayal and anger. This deception would sow seeds of distrust and animosity that would span generations, shaping not only their personal relationship but also the broader relationship between their descendants, the Edomites, descended from Esau, and the Israelites, descended from Jacob. The very land they inhabited, the land promised to Abraham's descendants, would become a source of ongoing tension and conflict, a physical manifestation of the spiritual schism initiated by this single act. Furthermore, this incident set a precedent. It demonstrated that the path of the covenant could be influenced, even dictated, by human actions, by desires, and by manipulations. While God's ultimate purposes would prevail, the human element introduced a layer of complexity and, indeed, a degree of impurity. Jacob's ambition, though aligned with God's declared intent for him to be the greater, was born out of cunning rather than obedience. Esau's weakness, though a confirmation of God's decree, was a tragic testament to a lack of spiritual discernment. Rebekah's faith, though rooted in divine revelation, was expressed through earthly machinations. The narrative of the stolen birthright serves as a potent theological exploration. It asks profound questions about divine sovereignty and human responsibility. Did Jacob's act necessitate God's intervention, or was it an act that God incorporated into his plan, allowing human choices to play out within his overarching decree? The story suggests that God, in his wisdom, can bring good out of flawed human actions, that his promises will not be thwarted by human frailty. However, it does not excuse the actions themselves. Jacob's deception and Esau's recklessness carried consequences, and the narrative does not shy away from depicting the ensuing hardship and conflict. The very act of Esau declaring, "I am about to die," was a hyperbole born of intense physical suffering, yet it tragically underscored his lack of appreciation for the spiritual inheritance he possessed. He failed to recognize that his physical life, however valuable, was a gift from God, and that his role in the covenant was part of a much larger, eternal purpose. His focus was solely on the immediate, the tangible, the relief of hunger, and in doing so, he relinquished a treasure far more valuable than any material comfort. This episode became a stark illustration of the spiritual poverty that can arise from an overemphasis on the temporal and the material, a warning that resonates through the ages. Jacob's subsequent actions would only further solidify the consequences of this fateful bargain. The stolen birthright was but the first step in a complex journey of faith and deception, a journey that would lead him to distant lands, to hardship, and ultimately, to a deeper understanding of the God he served. The dish of stew, a simple meal prepared with humble lentils, had become the catalyst for an epic unfolding of divine purpose, a testament to the fact that even the most clandestine of human dealings could not ultimately derail the grand narrative of God's redemptive plan. The covenant, though initiated through flawed human hands, was ultimately secure in the unwavering faithfulness of its divine author. Yet, the scars of this deception would remain, a constant reminder of the human element interwoven with the divine, a prelude to the deeper spiritual battles and divine interventions that lay ahead for Jacob and his descendants. The rich aroma of roasting lamb, seasoned with herbs gathered from the hillsides, filled the dimly lit tent. It was a scent that spoke of celebration, of patriarchal privilege, and for Isaac, a scent he associated with his beloved firstborn, Esau. The old patriarch, his eyes clouded with the milky film of age and the encroaching darkness of blindness, lay propped on his couch, the anticipation of bestowing his final, potent blessing upon his son making his breath come in shallow, excited gasps. He had summoned Esau, his mighty hunter, the son who brought him such joy with tales of the wild and the taste of game, to impart the Abrahamic inheritance, the covenant promises that had been passed down through generations, now poised to rest upon Esau's shoulders. The weight of this moment, however, was about to be shifted, artfully and deliberately, by hands that were not quite as rough, nor as hairy, as Esau's were wont to be. Rebekah, her heart a tempest of conflicting emotions, a fierce maternal ambition warring with a gnawing apprehension, had set her plan in motion. She had seen the glint in Jacob's eyes when Esau had so carelessly traded his birthright for a bowl of lentil stew. She knew, with a certainty that bordered on divine revelation, that Jacob was the one through whom the covenant promises would flow. Her whispers to Jacob, her careful orchestration of the events, had been driven by this conviction, a conviction that God himself had imparted to her, that the elder would serve the younger, and that Jacob would indeed inherit the blessing. Now, as she prepared 2 young goats, their tender meat seasoned with the very spices Isaac adored, her hands trembled not with fear, but with the adrenaline of a daring gambit. Jacob, she knew, was the vessel, but the success of this undertaking depended as much on her own cunning as on his compliance. She had draped him in the skins of the young goats, their fine, soft hair a deliberate mimicry of his brother's rugged, hirsute skin, a tactile deception that was intended to fool the senses of a man increasingly reliant on touch. She had dressed him in Esau's best garments, the familiar scents and textures meant to further solidify the illusion. The air in the tent crackled with a tension thick enough to taste, a prelude to a confrontation that would reverberate through eternity. Jacob, his own heart a drumbeat against his ribs, entered the tent. He was clad in Esau's clothes, the rough wool scratching at his skin, a constant, unsettling reminder of the role he was playing. The goat skins, slick and unnervingly real, were bound to his arms and neck, a physical manifestation of the lie he was about to live. He approached his father, his voice, usually smooth and resonant, now deliberately pitched to mimic Esau's deeper timbre, laced with a tremor that he hoped sounded like exertion from the hunt, not fear. "My father," he began, the words catching in his throat. Isaac, his head turned towards the sound, his sightless eyes seeming to pierce through the gloom, responded, "Who are you, my son?" The question, so simple, so direct, struck Jacob with the force of a physical blow. He was no longer Jacob, the schemer, the younger son, he was attempting to be Esau, the hunter, the heir, and the weight of that assumed identity was crushing. He managed to stammer out, "I am Esau, your firstborn son. I have done as you commanded. Rise, sit up and eat of my game, that you may bless me." The lie flowed from his lips, smooth and practiced, yet each word felt like a stone being added to the edifice of his deceit. He brought the roasted meat to his father, the rich aroma filling Isaac's nostrils. Isaac, his senses heightened by his failing sight, leaned closer, his breath mingling with the steam rising from the lamb. "How is it that you have found it so quickly, my son?" he inquired, his voice laced with a suspicion that tightened Jacob's chest. The question hung in the air, a perilous precipice. Jacob, relying on the narrative Rebekah had so carefully crafted, replied, "Because the Lord your God provided it for me." The invocation of God's name, meant to lend authenticity to his claim, was a desperate gamble, an attempt to shield his deception with divine authority. Isaac, his hand reaching out, felt the texture of the goat skins bound to Jacob's arms. He ran his fingers over the coarse, hairy surface, a profound dissonance echoing in his aging mind. This was not the familiar, rugged feel of Esau's skin, the skin of a man whose life was spent in the open, wrestling with the elements and the beasts of the field. Yet, his ears, attuned to the familiar cadence of his son's voice, and his spirit, eager to fulfill his paternal duty, struggled to reconcile the tactile evidence with the auditory confirmation. "The voice is Jacob's voice," he muttered, a frown creasing his brow, the confusion deepening within him. "But the hands are the hands of Esau." The stark contradiction was laid bare, a chilling testament to the inadequacy of the deception. Isaac's senses, though dulled by age, were not entirely vanquished, and the conflicting signals created a maelstrom of doubt within him. He pressed further, his hands still lingering on the strangely textured arms. "Are you truly my son Esau?" The question was a plea for confirmation, a desperate attempt to reconcile the irreconcilable. Jacob, trapped in the tightening snare of his own fabrication, could only affirm, his voice barely a whisper, "I am." The weight of that single word, uttered in the face of his father's doubt, was immense. It was a surrender to the lie, a point of no return. The die was cast. Isaac, perhaps blinded by his longing to bestow his blessing, perhaps swayed by the familiar tone of voice, or perhaps, as some theologians suggest, divinely guided to pronounce the blessing upon Jacob despite the deception, made his decision. He ate of the meat, savored the wine Jacob poured for him, and then, with a voice that resonated with the power of ages, he pronounced the blessing. "Come near now, and kiss me, my son." Isaac's command was frail, yet carried an undeniable authority. Jacob, his knees weak, moved closer, his heart a frantic rhythm against his ribs. He bent down, and as his lips touched his father's weathered cheek, he felt the tremor of his father's voice, laden with the blessings of the earth and the heavens. "See, the smell of my son is like the smell of a field that the Lord has blessed. May God give you of the dew of heaven, and of the fatness of the earth, and plenty of grain and wine. Let peoples serve you, and nations bow down to you. Be lord over your brothers, and may your mother's sons bow down to you. Cursed be everyone who curses you, and blessed be everyone who blesses you." The words washed over Jacob, a torrent of divine favor, the very inheritance he had craved, now irrevocably his. He felt a surge of triumph, a heady intoxication of success, yet beneath it, a cold dread began to seep in, a foreboding chill that whispered of the price of such a victory. As Jacob retreated, a sense of unreality clinging to him like the goat skins, Isaac was preparing to give Esau his blessing. Esau, having completed his hunt, returned to his father's tent, his hands still bearing the grime of the chase, his heart full of anticipation. "Let my father arise and eat of his son's game, that you may bless me," he declared, his voice strong and eager. Isaac, bewildered, responded, "Who are you?" Esau, confused, replied, "I am your son, your firstborn, Esau." The patriarch's confusion turned to horror as he realized the truth. "Who then has hunted game and brought it to me, and I have eaten it all before you came, and I have blessed him. Indeed he shall be blessed." The pronouncement, meant for Esau, now echoed with the chilling finality of Jacob's deception. When Esau understood what had happened, his joyous anticipation shattered, replaced by a primal cry of anguish. "Bless me, even me also, O my father." His voice, rough with despair, filled the tent. Isaac, his own heart heavy with the realization of the grievous error, could only lament. He had bestowed the primary blessing, the covenant blessing, and it could not be revoked. He explained to Esau how he had been deceived, how Jacob had come and taken his blessing. Esau's grief turned to a consuming rage. He roared with a great and bitter cry, weeping as he pleaded with his father. "Is there not a blessing left for me? Have you not reserved a blessing for me?" Isaac, his own tears flowing, could offer only scant comfort. He explained that Jacob would indeed rule over him, that his brothers would serve him. He could, however, bestow a secondary blessing upon Esau, a blessing that spoke of a life of strength and independence, but also one of servitude. "By your sword you shall live, and you shall serve your brother, but it shall come to pass, when you are grown weary, that you will break his yoke from your neck." This was a blessing born of regret, a testament to a father's sorrow over his son's misfortune and his own complicity in the unfolding tragedy. Esau, his spirit broken, clung to his father, his cries echoing the profound loss he had suffered. The rift between the brothers, cemented by deception and desperation, had widened into an unbridgeable chasm. The immediate victory of Jacob's cunning was overshadowed by the immediate and devastating grief of Esau's loss, a stark foreshadowing of the bitterness and conflict that would define their future relationships and the destinies of their descendants. The blessing, so ardently desired and so deceitfully obtained, had come at a terrible cost, a cost that would resonate for generations. The echo of Esau's raw, guttural cry still vibrated in Jacob's ears, a sound that had pierced through the initial elation of his stolen blessing and settled into a cold, gnawing dread. His father Isaac's bewildered pronouncements, Esau's heartbroken pleas, and the chilling finality of the reversed order, the elder will serve the younger, had all culminated in a stark, terrifying realization. Esau, his twin, his brother, whose tempestuous nature Jacob knew all too well, was a man of fury. The hurt and betrayal he felt now would not dissipate like morning mist, it would fester, hardening into a resolve to exact vengeance. The promise of dominion, so eagerly embraced moments before, now felt like a heavy shroud, suffocating him with the weight of its consequences. Rebekah, her own face etched with a mixture of grim satisfaction and growing alarm, had moved with swift, decisive action. The scent of the roasted lamb still clung to the air, now tainted with the acrid fumes of familial discord. She had seen the glint of murderous intent in Esau's eyes, a primal rage that promised swift and brutal retribution. There was no time for deliberation, no space for appeasement. Jacob, the architect of this upheaval, was now its most vulnerable victim. "You must go, my son," she had urged, her voice a hushed urgency, her hands already gathering provisions and laying out a path for his escape. "Go to my brother Laban, in Haran. Stay with him until your brother's fury passes. You will find a wife there, among my kinsmen, as your grandfather Abraham did." The words were a balm to Jacob's raw nerves, a direction in the swirling chaos. Haran, a distant land, a place spoken of in hushed tones of family history, a haven promised by his mother. But the journey itself was a terrifying prospect. He was no seasoned traveler like Esau, accustomed to the rigors of the wilderness. He was a man of tents, of hearth and home, his skills honed in the subtleties of negotiation and the acquisition of knowledge, not in navigating treacherous terrains or facing the untamed wild. He was to be alone, an exile, driven by fear. The thought sent a fresh wave of panic through him. He looked back at the tent, at the life he had so desperately sought to secure, and now, so swiftly, was forced to abandon. The warmth of his mother's presence, the familiar silhouette of his father's tent, these were the anchors he was now severing, adrift in a sea of uncertainty. Under the cloak of twilight, as the sky bled from fiery orange to bruised purple, Jacob slipped away. He carried with him a meager collection of supplies, a heavy heart, and the indelible memory of his brother's despair. The cool night air, once a welcome caress, now felt sharp and unforgiving against his skin. Each rustle of leaves, each distant howl, sent shivers of apprehension down his spine. He imagined Esau's hulking figure, fueled by righteous anger, hot on his heels. The vast expanse of the darkened landscape seemed to swallow him whole, the familiar stars above offering no solace, only a silent, indifferent witness to his flight. He walked with a hurried, stumbling gait, his eyes constantly scanning the shadows, his breath catching in his throat at every imagined threat. The weight of his deception pressed down on him, a tangible burden that made each step heavier than the last. He was running, not just from Esau's wrath, but from the consequences of his own choices, a fugitive from his own conscience. The journey was a stark and brutal awakening. Gone were the familiar comforts of his father's household, the predictable rhythm of life within the clan. Here, in the wilderness, survival was a precarious balance. The days were scorching, the sun beating down relentlessly, parching his throat and baking the earth. The nights were a chilling contrast, the cold seeping into his bones, making sleep a fitful, anxious affair. He learned to ration his water, to forage for edible roots and berries. His hands, once accustomed to the delicate tasks of weaving and preparing household matters, now calloused and scratched from digging in the hard ground. He encountered the harsh realities of the natural world, the predatory instincts of wild animals, the unforgiving nature of the terrain. Every step was a lesson in humility, a stark reminder of his vulnerability and his isolation. Loneliness became his constant companion, a vast, echoing silence that amplified his anxieties. He yearned for the familiar voices of his family, the comforting presence of his mother, even the boisterous camaraderie of his brother, though that felt like a distant, impossible dream. The silence of the desert was broken only by the sounds of nature, each chirp, each scuttling insect, a reminder of his utter solitude. He spoke to himself, reciting prayers his father had taught him, murmuring the promises he had so desperately sought, trying to find solace in words that now seemed to carry a hollow ring. He was a man caught between worlds, no longer fully belonging to the life he had left behind, yet not yet having arrived at any place of refuge. He thought often of his mother, Rebecca, her quiet strength and her unwavering belief in his destiny. Had she truly understood the magnitude of the path she had set him upon? Had she foreseen the bitterness that would ensue? He wrestled with the righteousness of his cause, the conviction that God had intended for him to inherit the blessing, yet the means by which he had achieved it were undeniably flawed. The memory of Isaac's confusion, Esau's devastation, these were not the triumphant images he had envisioned. They were stains on his victory, dark clouds that obscured the divine light he had hoped to embrace. As the days blurred into weeks, the landscape gradually shifted. The barren plains gave way to more arid hills, the sparse vegetation thinning further. Yet, a sense of anticipation began to stir within him. He was drawing nearer to Haran, to the sanctuary his mother had promised. He pictured his uncle Laban's home, a place where he could perhaps find respite, a chance to rebuild his life and perhaps, in time, to find a wife from his own kin, a connection to the lineage that had been so central to his ambition. The prospect of such a union, of a family that would be rooted in the covenant promises, offered a flicker of hope in the overwhelming darkness of his exile. He reached a well on the outskirts of a village, the scent of water a tantalizing promise. As he approached, he saw shepherds gathered, their flocks resting near the well's edge. They were engaged in conversation, their actions purposeful. The well was covered with a large stone, a testament to its importance and the effort required to access its life-giving waters. He watched as they waited, a sense of unease settling upon him. He knew from his own upbringing that the rolling of such stones was a task requiring significant strength, and that it was often done only when all the flocks had gathered, a communal effort. He was a stranger here, an unknown entity in a land that was both foreign and potentially hostile. As he observed the shepherds, a caravan of camels approached, laden with goods. The men tending to them were dressed in unfamiliar garments, their dialect distinct from anything he had heard. They were from the east, a clear sign that he was nearing the crossroads of ancient trade routes. The sight of them, their purposeful movements and the air of their distant origins, brought a fresh wave of disorientation. He was truly far from home, adrift in a world that operated by different customs and spoke in different tongues. He felt a pang of longing for the familiar, the simple routines of his life in Beersheba, the very life he had forsaken. The shepherds, seeing the approaching caravan, began to stir. They spoke amongst themselves, their gestures indicating a plan. Jacob watched, a silent observer, his own thirst momentarily forgotten as he absorbed the unfolding scene. He noticed that none of the shepherds made any move to roll the stone from the well's opening. It was a curious hesitation, a pause in their usual activities. Then, a young woman, her hair bound and her face alight with an inner grace, approached the well. She was clearly not one of the shepherds, yet she moved with a quiet confidence, her gaze fixed on the task at hand. She approached the well, and with a strength that belied her delicate frame, she began to roll the massive stone aside. Jacob watched, astonished. This was a feat that required considerable effort, a task he had just observed the assembled shepherds avoiding. Her movements were fluid, efficient, and imbued with a quiet determination. As the stone was moved, she began to draw water for her flock, her actions graceful and unhurried. He felt a surge of admiration for her. This was a glimpse of the women of Haran, the women of his mother's lineage. They were not passive figures, but women of strength and capability. He felt an inexplicable pull towards her, a curiosity that transcended his immediate need for water. He was drawn to her poise, her independence, and the striking image she presented in this remote, dusty landscape. He approached her, his own thirst momentarily forgotten, replaced by the burgeoning desire to connect, to understand. He introduced himself, his voice a little rough from disuse and the desert air. "I am Jacob," he said, his gaze meeting hers, and for the first time since his flight, a flicker of hope, genuine and untainted by deception, ignited within him. He had arrived, not just in Haran, but at a moment that felt divinely orchestrated, a turning point in his solitary and fear-ridden journey. The flight to Haran, born of fear and deception, was beginning to reveal its unexpected promise. He had escaped Esau's wrath, but he had also, unknowingly, embarked on a path toward his own destiny, a path that would lead him to love, to family, and ultimately, to a deeper understanding of himself and the God he served. The journey was far from over, but in this encounter, at this distant well, Jacob felt the first stirrings of a new beginning, a promise whispered on the desert wind. The sun had begun its slow descent, bleeding hues of ochre and amethyst across the vast, empty canvas of the sky. Jacob, his body weary from days of relentless travel, found himself in a desolate stretch of wilderness. The landscape was stark, a symphony of sand and rock, broken only by the occasional scraggly bush clinging tenaciously to life. He had walked for what felt like an eternity, the familiar ache in his muscles a constant reminder of his isolation. The oasis where he had last found water was a distant memory, and the gnawing pangs of thirst were becoming increasingly insistent. He sought out a rocky outcrop, a natural formation that offered a meager shield against the cooling desert wind, and there, he decided, he would rest for the night. He lay down, using a smooth, worn stone as a pillow, the rough texture a stark contrast to the soft cushions of his father's tent. Sleep, when it finally came, was not the peaceful oblivion he craved. Instead, it was a descent into a realm of profound significance, a landscape far more vivid and potent than the physical world around him. It began as a whisper, a subtle shift in the air, a feeling of presence that permeated the very ground beneath him. He was no longer merely a fugitive, a man driven by fear and regret. He was in the presence of something ancient, something immeasurably powerful. And then he saw it. A structure, magnificent and awe-inspiring, stretched upwards, piercing the darkness of the night and disappearing into an infinite expanse. It was a ladder, or perhaps more accurately, a stairway, its form not of wood or stone, but of pure, ethereal light. It seemed to shimmer and pulsate with an energy that Jacob could feel deep within his bones. This was no ordinary structure. It was a bridge between worlds, a connection between the dust of the earth and the celestial heavens. He watched, mesmerized, as figures, radiant and serene, began to move upon its gleaming steps. Angels. They ascended and descended, their movements fluid and purposeful, carrying messages, offering prayers, fulfilling divine mandates. They were the messengers of the Most High, the silent witnesses to the unfolding of His will. As Jacob's gaze followed their celestial ascent, he became aware of another presence, a voice that resonated not in his ears, but in the very core of his being. It was a voice of immense authority, yet it was also imbued with an infinite tenderness. This was the voice of God. And then, God spoke directly to Jacob, not with the thunderous pronouncements of Sinai that would one day shake the mountains, but with a quiet, intimate certainty that reached into the deepest recesses of his soul. "I am the Lord, the God of Abraham your father and the God of Isaac," the voice declared, and with those words, the weight of Jacob's isolation began to lift. He was not alone. He was connected to a lineage, a covenant that stretched back through generations, a promise that had been entrusted to his forefathers. He had sought the blessing, the inheritance of Abraham, and in this dream, he was being assured that the divine promise was indeed for him, and for his descendants. The divine voice continued, laying out the scope of the covenant, a promise that resonated with the very ambitions that had driven Jacob's recent actions, yet now delivered with a purity untainted by deceit. "The land on which you lie I will give to you and to your offspring. Your offspring shall be like the dust of the earth, and you shall spread abroad to the west and to the east and to the north and to the south, and in you and your offspring shall all the families of the earth be blessed." This was not merely a personal inheritance, it was a global commission. His descendants would be as numerous as the grains of sand, a vast multitude, and through them, a blessing would flow to all nations. The weight of his deception, the gnawing guilt, began to recede, replaced by an overwhelming sense of awe and purpose. Then came the words of reassurance, a balm to his fearful heart. "Behold, I am with you and will keep you wherever you go, and will bring you back to this land. For I will not leave you until I have done what I have promised you." This was the divine guarantee. God himself would be his companion, his protector. He would be kept, wherever his journey took him, and he would be brought back to this very land. The fear of Esau's wrath, the uncertainty of his exile, the vastness of the unknown future, all of it was encompassed by this single, powerful promise. He was not to be abandoned. He was not to be lost. God would personally oversee his journey, ensuring his safe return. The vision was more than just a dream, it was a spiritual awakening. It was Jacob's first direct, unmediated communion with the divine. Until this moment, his understanding of God had been filtered through the traditions of his fathers, through the stories of Abraham's faith and Isaac's quiet devotion. Now, he experienced the presence of the Almighty firsthand, a revelation that transcended all his previous knowledge. The divine encounter transformed his perspective. He saw himself not as a schemer, a deceiver who had manipulated his way into a blessing, but as a chosen vessel, an inheritor of a sacred trust. The latter, with its angels in constant motion, represented the ceaseless activity of the divine realm, the intricate web of communication and intervention that sustained the world. And he, Jacob, was now a part of that grand design. He awoke with the first rays of dawn, the cool stone still beneath his head. The dream lingered, not as a fleeting image, but as a profound imprint on his soul. The desolate landscape that had seemed so hostile and empty the night before now appeared imbued with a sacred significance. This place, this barren ground, was a holy site, a threshold between earth and heaven. He looked at the rocks around him, at the scattered pebbles, and he understood. He had stumbled upon the very house of God, the gateway to heaven. With trembling hands, he rose and gathered the stones that had served as his pillow. He placed them together, not haphazardly, but with a deliberate intent, an instinctive urge to mark this place, to consecrate it. He set them up as a pillar, a monument to this divine encounter. He poured the last of his water over the stones, a libation to sanctify the place, and he named it Bethel. House of God, he whispered, the words reverent on his parched lips. This was no longer just a resting place on his flight, it was a sanctuary, a testament to God's abiding presence and his unfailing promises. The journey ahead still stretched before him, vast and uncertain. He still had to reach Haran, to face his uncle Laban, to build a life far from the familiar comforts of his home. The challenges would undoubtedly be many. But now, he embarked on that journey not as a solitary fugitive, but as a man assured of divine protection. The fear that had propelled him was not entirely vanquished, but it was now tempered by an unwavering hope, a profound conviction that he was not walking alone. The ladder of dreams, the celestial bridge he had witnessed, was a constant reminder that even in his most desolate moments, he was connected to the divine. The angels ascending and descending were a visible manifestation of God's active engagement with the world, and Jacob now knew, with uncertainty that resonated through his very being, that he was an integral part of that divine plan. His steps, though weary, were now guided by a new purpose, a spiritual compass calibrated by the revelation at Bethel. The path to his destiny, though arduous, was illuminated by the light of a covenant reaffirmed, a promise etched not in stone, but in the very fabric of his soul. He was Jacob, son of Isaac, grandson of Abraham, and now, a chosen recipient of the Lord's unwavering grace and eternal faithfulness. The dream was not just a vision of the past, but a potent prophecy of his future, a future secured by the promise of God, who would be with him, keep him, and bring him home. The harsh glare of the Mesopotamian sun, a stark contrast to the soft luminescence of his dream vision, beat down upon Jacob as he finally arrived in the bustling, dusty environs of Haran. The journey, arduous and fraught with the anxiety of an exile, had finally brought him to the doorstep of his mother's kin. His uncle, Laban, a name that would soon become synonymous with a labyrinth of intricate dealings and veiled intentions, was his sole connection in this foreign land. The stories whispered by Rebekah had painted Laban as a man of means, a patriarch whose household, though perhaps steeped in the same patriarchal customs that had fueled Jacob's own deceit, would at least offer him shelter and a path towards the future. Jacob, still carrying the echoes of the divine encounter at Bethel, was a man transformed, yet not entirely so. The promise of God's presence and protection was a nascent ember within him, not yet a roaring fire. He was a young man, driven by a potent blend of ambition, love, and a lingering, ingrained inclination towards the strategies that had, however imperfectly, served him thus far. He sought not to deceive, not intentionally, but the habits of his upbringing, the lessons learned in the shadows of Isaac's tent, were not so easily shed. He approached Laban with a hopeful heart, his mind fixed on the image of Rachel, the cousin whose beauty had been described to him, the woman he was eager to win. Laban, when he finally met Jacob, was a study in contrasts. His eyes, sharp and shrewd, missed nothing. He possessed a practiced warmth, a veneer of geniality that could, at a moment's notice, shift to a steely pragmatism. He was a man who understood the value of a bargain, the intricate dance of negotiation, and the subtle art of holding one's cards close to the chest. He greeted Jacob with open arms, the reunion a tableau of familial affection, yet beneath the surface, his keen mind was already assessing the newcomer, weighing his worth, his potential, his vulnerabilities. Jacob, in his earnestness, saw only the uncle, the gateway to his beloved Rachel, and perhaps, unconsciously, the echo of a familiar manipulative spirit. The conversation, ostensibly about Jacob's arrival and his intentions, quickly turned to practical matters. Jacob, eager to impress and to secure his future, wasted no time in declaring his love for Rachel and his desire to marry her. He offered his labor, 7 years of diligent work, as the bride price, a significant sum of service. Laban, ever the astute businessman, saw an opportunity. 7 years. That was a considerable commitment, a substantial investment of labor. But Rachel was his daughter, and a worthy wife. The agreement was struck, sealed not with a formal contract, but with the unspoken understanding that bound families, a trust that Jacob, perhaps naively, believed was absolute. He had given his word, and he intended to honor it. The ensuing 7 years were a blur of toil and anticipation. Jacob poured his energy into Laban's flocks, his days spent tending sheep and managing herds under the unforgiving sun. He worked with a singular focus, his heart set on the prize, Rachel. He envisioned their life together, the shared laughter, the comfort of her presence, the continuation of a lineage blessed by God. The hardships of the labor were softened by the sweetness of his dream. He was building a life, not just for himself, but for the woman he loved, and by extension, for the divine promise that still echoed in his soul. He had learned much since Bethel, learned the value of honest labor, the quiet satisfaction of providing, even under the thumb of a demanding master. As the stipulated 7 years drew to a close, Jacob's anticipation reached a fever pitch. He had fulfilled his end of the bargain, his labor a testament to his devotion. He approached Laban, his heart brimming with the joy of impending union. The wedding feast was prepared, the celebrations commenced, and Jacob, blind to any misdirection, eagerly awaited the moment when Rachel would be brought to him. The veil, thick and concealing, was part of the tradition, obscuring the bride until the consummation of the marriage. It was a ritual Jacob had heard of, a symbolic unveiling that marked the beginning of their life together. But as the night deepened, and the wedding chamber was finally left to the newlyweds, Jacob's world began to unravel. The touch, the scent, the very presence beside him was not what he had anticipated. A profound unease settled upon him, a chilling premonition that something was terribly wrong. When he lifted the veil, the face that greeted him was not the radiant, beloved countenance of Rachel, but the softer, more somber features of her elder sister, Leah. The realization struck him with the force of a physical blow. He had been deceived. Laban, in a masterstroke of familial manipulation, had given him Leah. The shock was overwhelming, a bitter pill to swallow. Jacob confronted Laban the next morning, his voice raw with disbelief and anger. How could this have happened? How could his uncle, his mother's brother, betray him in such a way? Laban, with a practiced nonchalance that bordered on insolence, offered a flimsy explanation. It was not customary, he claimed, to give the younger daughter in marriage before the elder. Leah was the firstborn, and custom dictated she must be wed first. The injustice of it all was staggering. Jacob had worked 7 years for Rachel, and now he was yoked to Leah, a woman he did not love, through a deception orchestrated by the very man who should have been his protector. Jacob's love for Rachel, however, remained undimmed. The depth of his affection was so profound that even this grievous betrayal could not extinguish it. He pleaded with Laban, his anguish evident. He had served for Rachel, and for Rachel he would serve again. Laban, seeing Jacob's unwavering devotion and the potential for further labor, offered another deal. Another 7 years of service, and Rachel would be his as well. The terms were harsh, the prospect of another decade of toil under Laban's watchful eye daunting. But for Rachel, Jacob agreed. He would endure the deception, the heartbreak, the added burden of a marriage born of trickery, all for the chance to claim his beloved. This second period of servitude was different. It was not fueled by the singular focus of a first love, but by a desperate desire to rectify a profound injustice, and to fulfill the promise of a future with Rachel. He was now a husband to Leah, a man bound by vows, however unjustly obtained. The emotional landscape of his life became a complex tapestry of love, resentment, and duty. He loved Rachel, yearned for her, but he was also bound to Leah, a woman who, in time, would come to see the emptiness of her own position. The initial deception had created a ripple effect, a cascade of complicated relationships and unspoken resentments. Jacob's life in Haran became a mirror of the deceptions he had, in his own way, perpetrated. He had sought to gain an inheritance through cunning, and now he found himself ensnared by cunning, a pawn in his uncle's avaricious game. The divine promise, the vision of the ladder and the assurance of God's presence, provided a subtle anchor. It reminded him that even in this mire of human manipulation, there was a higher purpose, a divine hand guiding his steps, however obscured by the fog of Laban's schemes. Yet, the immediate reality was one of toil and emotional turmoil. He worked for Rachel, but he lived, at least initially, with Leah. The love he had sought was now divided, complicated by a marriage that was not of his choosing. The embrace of Laban, initially seemingly welcoming, had proven to be a deceitful embrace, one that bound Jacob in a cycle of labor and emotional complexity, all stemming from the initial, calculated trickery of his uncle. His journey toward his destiny was now interwoven with the very fabric of deceit he had once employed, a stark reminder that the consequences of our actions, even those seemingly successful, can reverberate in unexpected and challenging ways. The simplicity of his dream at Bethel, the clear promise of God's guidance, was now tested in the crucible of human duplicity, forcing Jacob to navigate a world far more nuanced and ethically challenging than he could have imagined. Chapter 5. Wrestling with God. The years bled into one another, a seamless tapestry woven from the sun-baked earth of Haran and the relentless rhythm of toil. Jacob, once the ambitious youth seeking a bride, had become a man deeply entrenched in the life he had come to abhor, yet, paradoxically, had also come to master. The promised 7 years for Rachel had morphed into a staggering 20, a testament to Laban's insatiable greed and Jacob's unwavering devotion to the woman who held his heart captive. Each sunrise was a fresh reminder of the deceptive bargain struck, each sunset a weary sigh of a day spent under the oppressive shadow of his uncle's avarice. The initial shock and anger over Leah's substitution had gradually given way to a complex, unspoken reality. Jacob was a husband to Leah, a role thrust upon him by deceit, and a lover to Rachel, the object of his enduring affection. This duality defined his home, a household built on a foundation of Laban's trickery and Jacob's desperate yearning. Leah, aware of her husband's true love, bore her cross with a quiet, often tearful, dignity. She was the wife by law, the one who shared his tent and bore him children, yet she was never the one who truly occupied his heart. Her longing for his genuine affection was a silent ache, a constant undercurrent to their shared existence. And then there was Rachel. Her beauty, the very spark that had drawn Jacob across the land, was now a source of both solace and sorrow. Their love was a stolen thing, a refuge found in whispered conversations and stolen glances amidst the clamor of Laban's household. Yet, Rachel, too, was bound by the customs of the time and the manipulative hand of her father. Her inability to bear children in the early years of her marriage was a constant source of pain, a yearning that amplified her love for Jacob and deepened her resentment towards Leah, who, seemingly blessed by an indifferent God, was fertile. The narrative of Jacob's life in Haran became a somber chronicle of this domestic discord, a poignant illustration of how deception breeds sorrow. Laban, ever the pragmatist, saw not the human cost of his actions, but the endless stream of labor and the burgeoning potential of his growing family. He continued to exploit Jacob, his promises as fleeting as desert mirages. Yet, even in this environment of constant manipulation, a subtle shift was occurring within Jacob. The divine promise, whispered at Bethel and rekindled by his unwavering love for Rachel, had not been forgotten. It was a seed planted in parched ground, waiting for the opportune moment to sprout. Despite Laban's pervasive dishonesty, God's favor was an unseen force shaping Jacob's destiny. The more Laban sought to cheat him, the more Jacob's flocks and herds seemed to prosper. It was a phenomenon that baffled Laban and intrigued Jacob. He observed the principles of divine providence at work, a stark contrast to the human-driven schemes that characterized his uncle's dealings. There were nights when Jacob would rise, a deep spiritual unease settling upon him, and he would see the herds, the visible manifestation of God's blessing, and understand that while his human circumstances were fraught with hardship, his spiritual connection was deepening. He was learning, through the crucible of his suffering, the profound truth that God's faithfulness was not contingent upon man's integrity. The births of his children marked the unfolding of God's plan. Leah, despite her personal heartache, became the mother of 6 sons: Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, and Zebulun. Each birth was a testament to God's mercy, a ray of light in the often gloomy landscape of her marriage. She named them with prayers and pleas, her hope for her husband's love woven into their very identities. Reuben, "He has seen my misery," was her cry. Simeon, "The Lord has heard that I am unloved." Levi, "Now my husband will be joined to me." And Judah, "I will praise the Lord." Through her sorrow, Leah was the first to experience the fulfillment of a divine purpose, her womb opening to carry the lineage of a nation. Then came the moment that Rachel had so desperately yearned for. After years of barrenness, she, too, was blessed with a son, Joseph. His birth was a joyous occasion, a balm to Rachel's wounded spirit, and a confirmation of God's attention to her suffering. Jacob's love for Joseph was immediate and profound, a reflection of the deep love he held for his mother. The arrival of Joseph marked a turning point, a shift in the emotional dynamics of the household, and the beginning of a new chapter in Jacob's life. The family grew, a testament to God's generative power even within a fractured home. Bilhah, Rachel's handmaid, bore 2 sons, Dan and Naphtali. Zilpah, Leah's handmaid, also bore 2 sons, Gad and Asher. The household was expanding, the seeds of a great nation being sown in the foreign soil of Haran. And finally, a daughter was born, Dinah, a precious gift to Leah, her only daughter, a symbol of the feminine strength that would also play a role in the unfolding saga. Jacob, while still feeling the sting of Laban's machinations, was no longer the naive youth who had arrived in Haran with a simple dream. He had learned the harsh realities of human nature, the depths of deceit, and the resilience of the human spirit. He had also learned the unwavering constancy of divine faithfulness. The years of toil had been more than just labor, they had been a spiritual apprenticeship. He had wrestled with God in the fields, in the quiet of his tent, and in the cacophony of his domestic life. He had questioned, despaired, and ultimately, he had clung to the divine promise, finding strength not in his own cunning, but in God's sustaining grace. Laban's attempts to limit Jacob's prosperity were met with God's subtle, yet powerful, intervention. Jacob's understanding of animal husbandry, honed through years of diligent observation and labor, combined with a divine intuition, allowed him to flourish. He developed keen skills in breeding, discerning the signs of healthy livestock and the opportune moments for mating. He learned to identify the strongest rams and the most fertile ewes, often anticipating Laban's demands and secretly preparing for his own advancement. He would strategically place striped and speckled branches in the watering troughs, a symbolic act, perhaps, but one that coincided with a deeper understanding of genetics and animal behavior, a knowledge that seemed to be divinely imparted. This wasn't mere luck, it was a manifestation of God's blessing upon his faithful servant, a blessing that even Laban's avarice could not entirely suppress. The narrative of these 20 years is not just about hardship and deception, it is a testament to God's unwavering commitment to his promises. Jacob's lineage, though born out of complicated circumstances and fraught with human frailty, was destined for greatness. The 12 sons and 1 daughter born in Haran were not merely children. They were the future patriarchs and matriarchs of Israel, the foundation upon which a nation would be built. Each child, from the firstborn Reuben to the beloved Joseph, carried within them a spark of the divine, a destined role in the grand unfolding of God's redemptive plan. Jacob's growing prosperity, despite Laban's constant scheming, was a clear indicator of divine favor. Laban would change Jacob's wages 10 times, his envious gaze always fixed on the increasing wealth of his nephew. Yet, every attempt to diminish Jacob's gains seemed to backfire. Jacob's understanding of animal husbandry, guided by an unseen wisdom, allowed him to breed stronger, more prolific animals. He learned to identify the subtle signs of fertility, the best grazing lands, and the most effective strategies for managing the herds. These were not skills acquired solely through human effort, they were gifts bestowed by a God who favored the faithful, even when surrounded by deceit. Jacob's prosperity was a silent rebuke to Laban's dishonesty, a living testament to the principle that what God blesses, no man can curse. The very animals that Laban sought to claim, the strong ones that Jacob meticulously bred and cared for, seemed to multiply under Jacob's touch, a subtle, yet undeniable, manifestation of divine intervention. This prosperity was not an end in itself, but a preparation, a means by which God was shaping Jacob, strengthening him, and equipping him for the immense task that lay ahead. The 20 years in Haran, therefore, were not simply a period of servitude, they were a profound crucible, a time of spiritual refinement and divine preparation, where seeds of faith were sown in the midst of struggle, destined to blossom into the mighty oak of a nation. The air in Haran had grown thick with a new urgency, a palpable sense of transition that settled upon Jacob like the dust of the desert. 20 years. 20 years of toil, of deception, of a love both profound and fractured, had etched themselves onto his soul. He looked at his burgeoning family, the 12 children who were the fruits of his labor and God's enduring mercy, and a fierce longing for his ancestral land ignited within him. It was a land of promise, a land where the echoes of his grandfather Abraham's footsteps still resonated, a land where the divine covenant felt most tangible. The wealth he had amassed, the thriving herds and flocks, were not merely a testament to his cunning or Laban's unwitting generosity, they were a divine provision, a sign that the time for departure had arrived. He knew, with a certainty that settled deep in his bones, that this was no longer his place. Haran, once a refuge born of necessity, had become a gilded cage, its bars forged from Laban's greed and the tangled threads of his own complicated family life. The whispers of God at Bethel, the promises made in the wilderness, had been a guiding light through the darkness of his exile, and now, that light was beckoning him homeward. He had wrestled with God in the very soil of this foreign land, grappling with doubt, with desire, and with the profound mystery of divine purpose. And in that wrestling, he had found not defeat, but a deeper understanding of his own calling and the unwavering faithfulness of the one who held his destiny. The decision to leave was not made lightly. It was a prayer, a contemplation, a quiet affirmation of God's will echoing in the chambers of his heart. He gathered his wives, Leah and Rachel, and his 11 sons, along with his daughter Dinah, and the household staff. The children, a vibrant mix of their mother's heritage and his own, represented a new generation, a living embodiment of the covenant that stretched back through Abraham. He spoke to them not of riches or possessions, but of a homeland, of a heritage, of a divine imperative to return. He laid bare the years of hardship under Laban, the deceit he had endured, and the overwhelming sense of God's protection that had guided them. He spoke of the land promised to his forefathers, a land flowing with milk and honey, a land where their identity as a people would truly take root. Leah, who had borne the brunt of his affections for Rachel, listened with a quiet resignation tinged with hope. She had known little but hardship and a love unreturned, yet she had also witnessed God's steadfastness in the births of her sons. Rachel, her heart a mixture of longing for her beloved Jacob and apprehension for the unknown, clung to his hand, her eyes reflecting the deep love and unspoken fears that had defined their union. The handmaids, Bilhah and Zilpah, accustomed to the shifting tides of their master's fortunes, followed their mistresses with stoic loyalty. The decision was made, not just by Jacob, but by the collective spirit of a family poised on the brink of a monumental exodus. Under the cloak of a moonless night, Jacob orchestrated their departure. It was a move born of necessity, a recognition that Laban, driven by his insatiable avarice, would never willingly release the source of his wealth. The flocks were gathered, the cattle driven, the tents dismantled in a hushed, efficient operation. The air was electric with anticipation, a blend of excitement and trepidation. They were leaving behind the only home they had truly known, venturing into the vast unknown, guided by the whispers of memory and the unwavering promise of God. Each step away from Haran was a step towards destiny, a deliberate severing of the ties that had bound him for so long. The journey back was not merely a physical one, it was a spiritual pilgrimage, a shedding of the past and an embrace of the future. As the caravan moved further into the night, leaving behind the familiar lights of Haran, a different kind of journey was already underway. Jacob felt a stirring within him, a reawakening of the spiritual fire that had been banked by the daily grind of survival. The years of wrestling with God, of questioning his silence and clinging to his promises, had forged a resilience that now propelled him forward. He saw the stars, scattered across the inky canvas of the sky, not as distant, indifferent bodies, but as ancient signposts, witnesses to the unfolding narrative of God's covenant. He thought of Abraham, who had left his homeland in obedience, and of Isaac, who had walked in the paths of faith. Now, it was his turn. The act of leaving, of taking what was rightfully his through divine blessing and his own hard labor, was a defiance not just of Laban, but of the limitations that had been imposed upon him. He had learned, through painful experience, that human schemes and earthly possessions were fleeting. True wealth, true security, lay in the unshakable foundation of God's promises. He had been a shepherd of sheep, a husband, a father, but now, he felt himself called to be something more, a patriarch, a leader, a vessel through which the divine will would be channeled. The journey back was a testament to his transformation, from a fugitive seeking refuge to a man returning in triumph, not of his own making, but of God's grace. The silence of the desert night was soon broken by the thundering hooves of Laban's pursuit. News of Jacob's departure, carried by swift messengers or perhaps by the wind itself, had reached Laban, igniting a fury that was as predictable as the rising sun. He gathered his kinsmen, a posse of men armed with the righteous indignation of a man who felt robbed of his due. The chase was on, a desperate scramble across the arid plains, the distance between them shrinking with every urgent stride. Laban, driven by a potent mix of anger, possessiveness, and a genuine fear of losing his prized herds and the skilled hand that managed them, was relentless. Jacob, alerted by scouts or perhaps by an instinct honed by years of navigating his uncle's treacherous nature, did not falter. He urged his family onward, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon, his heart a mixture of apprehension and a strange, burgeoning peace. He had anticipated this. He had known that Laban's avarice would not permit such a quiet departure. Yet, in this moment of impending confrontation, he felt an unusual calm. The fear was there, a primal knot in his stomach, but it was tempered by a profound trust in the God who had delivered him from Esau, the God who had sustained him through 20 years of hardship. As dawn painted the eastern sky with hues of rose and gold, Laban and his men caught up to Jacob's caravan. The confrontation that ensued was charged with years of pent-up resentment and a complex web of familial obligation. Laban, his face a mask of fury, accused Jacob of theft, of running away with his daughters and his grandchildren, and of absconding with the wealth that he believed was rightfully his. His voice, a rasp of righteous indignation, echoed across the silent landscape, demanding the return of what he considered his property. Jacob, standing firm amidst his family, met Laban's gaze without flinching. He did not deny leaving, nor did he offer apologies for escaping the clutches of his uncle's exploitation. Instead, he spoke with a quiet authority, a man who had learned the hard lessons of life and had found his footing in the unshakable truth of God's covenant. He reminded Laban of the years he had served, of the relentless toil, and of the constant changes to his wages, all orchestrated by Laban's own manipulative hand. He spoke of the prosperity that had bloomed despite Laban's efforts to stifle it, a prosperity that he attributed not to his own cleverness, but to the divine favor that had rested upon him. You have wronged me, Laban, Jacob declared, his voice steady and clear. You have deceived me and changed my wages 10 times. But God did not allow you to harm me. When it seemed that you would keep me in your service forever, God showed you that my prosperity was a blessing he had bestowed. And now, I must return to my own land, to the land of my fathers. He then addressed the heart of Laban's grievance, the fear that Jacob had stolen his idols. Rachel, caught in a moment of desperation and perhaps a lingering attachment to the household gods of her youth, had secretly taken them. Jacob, unaware of this act, offered Laban free rein to search his possessions. He laid bare his tents, his belongings, his very life, a testament to his innocence of that particular accusation. It was a dramatic display of vulnerability, an offering of his life to the scrutiny of his accuser. The search revealed nothing. Laban's fury began to wane, replaced by a grudging respect, or perhaps just the sheer exhaustion of his pursuit. He knew, in the quiet recesses of his heart, that Jacob's words held truth. He had, indeed, tried to keep him bound, and God, in his inscrutable ways, had intervened. He looked at his daughters, Leah and Rachel, and his grandchildren, their faces etched with the hardships and joys of the past 2 decades. They were his flesh and blood, a part of his own legacy, even if their prosperity was now inextricably linked to Jacob. It was then, amidst the dust of the desert and the fading embers of anger, that Laban proposed a covenant. He recognized that he could not reclaim what was lost, nor could he truly undo the years of separation. The best he could hope for was a fragile peace, an agreement that would allow for a semblance of future connection without the threat of further conflict. He offered his hand, not in reconciliation, but in a pact of non-aggression. Let us make a covenant, you and I, Laban proposed, his voice softer now, tinged with a weary pragmatism. And let it be a witness between us. Jacob agreed. The covenant was sealed, not with elaborate ceremony, but with a pile of stones, a silent monument to their fractured relationship and the reluctant truce they had forged. Laban called the heap, Gilead, the heap of witness, and in Aramaic, he added, Mizpah, meaning watchtower, a solemn reminder that the Lord would watch over them both, and over their kinship, even when they were parted. It was a poignant moment, a recognition that even in their animosity, the threads of family and divine oversight remained. Laban then offered blessings, not of genuine affection, but of a practical nature, ensuring that Jacob would not pursue his daughters with other wives, nor encroach upon his possessions. He then turned and began his journey back to Haran, leaving Jacob and his family to continue their path toward the promised land. The confrontation, though tense, had served a vital purpose. It had cleared the air, leaving no room for further deception or accusation. Jacob had faced his past, his persecutor, and had emerged not unscathed, but victorious. He had defended his family, his integrity, and his divine mandate. As he watched Laban recede into the distance, a profound sense of relief washed over him, mingled with the exhilaration of freedom. The road ahead was still long, the challenges of returning to Canaan formidable, but for the first time in 20 years, he felt truly unburdened, ready to embrace the destiny that awaited him. The wrestling had ended, not with a defeat, but with a covenant, a testament to the enduring power of God's faithfulness even in the most human of struggles. The journey homeward had truly begun. The dust of the plains still clung to Jacob's garments, a gritty reminder of the arduous journey and the tense, almost surreal, encounter with Laban. Yet, as the caravan continued its inexorable march westward, a new anxiety began to take root, a deeper, more primal fear that gnawed at the edges of his newfound freedom. Laban was a schemer, a man whose greed was as predictable as the desert sun, but he was family. The man whose shadow loomed largest in Jacob's mind, the one whose wrath he had evaded for 2 decades, was Esau. His brother, his wronged brother. The memory of that fateful day, when he had stolen his brother's birthright and his father's blessing, was a wound that had never truly healed, festering beneath the surface of his life in Haran. The distance between them was a gnawing uncertainty. Would Esau, the warrior, the man of the field, remember the boy who had deceived him? Would the years have softened his heart, or hardened it into an impenetrable shell of resentment? Jacob sent scouts ahead, not merely to gauge the terrain or find water, but to ascertain the mood of his brother, to gauge the temperature of his heart. He sent messengers, not with demands or declarations, but with carefully chosen words, couched in humility and reverence. He was not returning as the triumphant son, but as a penitent traveler, seeking passage through the ancestral lands. He acknowledged Esau's seniority, his strength, and the authority that rightfully belonged to him. He framed his return not as a reclamation, but as a humble seeking of his brother's goodwill. He learned that Esau was returning too, with a company of 400 men. The news sent a tremor through Jacob's heart. 400 men. It sounded like an army. Was this a welcoming party, or a force assembled for retribution? The gifts, however, were Jacob's most potent strategy, a tangible expression of his regret and his desire for reconciliation. Not just a few head of cattle, but a vast herd, meticulously chosen for their quality and abundance. Rams in their prime, goats in their fullness, camels with their young, donkeys with their foals, and oxen in their strength. Each animal was a silent apology, a symbol of the wealth Jacob had amassed, wealth that had been born, in part, from the very deception that had driven them apart. He divided the herds, sending them in waves, not as a single overwhelming offering, but as a deliberate, measured approach, designed to soften Esau's heart gradually, to give him time to process the enormity of Jacob's return and the magnanimity of his intended peace. The idea was that if Esau met the first group and found them amenable, the next would be even more welcoming, and so on, until by the time he encountered Jacob himself, his anger would have been so diluted by a series of positive encounters that his wrath would be all but extinguished. This was not merely a strategic maneuver, it was a desperate prayer cast upon the winds, a fervent hope that the abundance would speak louder than the years of bitterness. As the caravan drew closer to the formidable mountain range of Seir, the land that belonged to Esau, Jacob's anxiety reached a fever pitch. He divided his household, his wives, his children, his servants, into 2 companies. This was not a sign of weakness, but of foresight. If Esau's anger was indeed a raging fire, he hoped that one company might escape the flames, while the other endured. He prayed, his voice a raw plea echoing in the vast expanse of the desert. He reminded God of his promises, of the covenant he had made with Abraham and Isaac, of the destiny he had laid out for Jacob's lineage. He acknowledged his own unworthiness, the sins he had committed, but he clung to the unwavering faithfulness of God. He wrestled, not with an angel this time, but with the specter of his past, with the fear of his brother's reprisal, and with the profound weight of his own transgressions. Then came the night, the solitary vigil by the Jabbok River. The crossing was a necessary step, a physical demarcation between the land he had fled and the land he now had to face. As he waited, sending his family across the ford, he was left alone, the dark waters swirling around him, mirroring the turmoil in his soul. It was there, in the profound solitude of that night, that Jacob confronted the deepest aspects of his own being. He replayed every argument, every justification, every moment of his life that had led to this precipice. The wrestling was not about physical strength, but about spiritual surrender. It was a wrestling with his own arrogance, his own pride, his own fear. He had manipulated, he had schemed, he had run. Now, stripped bare by the darkness and the isolation, he could only offer himself, flawed and broken, to the divine will. The dawn broke, painting the eastern sky with hesitant hues of rose and gold, and with it came the news. Esau was coming, not with the thunder of an invading army, but with a different kind of sound, a sound that Jacob strained to identify through the beating of his own panicked heart. It was the sound of running. A multitude of feet pounding the earth, a growing crescendo of urgency. And then, he saw him. Esau, his elder brother, his rival, his nemesis, was running towards him. Running, not with a sword drawn, but with outstretched arms. The sight was so unexpected, so utterly contrary to Jacob's ingrained fears, that for a moment, he could only stand frozen, a statue carved from disbelief and dawning hope. He had prepared for battle, for negotiation, for banishment. He had not prepared for this. Esau, his face no longer a mask of fury but a landscape etched with the passage of time and, perhaps, a deeper understanding, ran with an abandon that belied the years of separation. He ran like a boy, eager to embrace his brother, to bridge the chasm that had yawned between them for so long. Then, the impact. Esau's arms, strong and broad, enveloped Jacob in a crushing embrace. It was a hold that spoke of more than just forgiveness. It spoke of relief, of a shared history that had never truly been erased, of a deep familial bond that had endured despite the bitter estrangement. Jacob felt the rough wool of Esau's garments, the solid strength of his brother's chest against his own. Tears, hot and unbidden, streamed down Jacob's face, tears of gratitude, of release, of an overwhelming sense of divine intervention. He had been braced for confrontation, for the sting of righteous anger, but instead, he was met with the overwhelming power of a brother's love. "Who are these with you?" Esau's voice, rough but not unkind, boomed over Jacob's head. It was not the question of a conqueror, but of a kinsman seeking to understand. Jacob, still reeling from the emotional torrent, could only stammer, "They are the children God has graciously given your servant." He presented his wives, his sons, his daughter, each one a testament to the life he had built, a life that had been spared the potential devastation of Esau's wrath. Esau looked at them, his gaze lingering on the children, the future of their shared bloodline. There was no condemnation in his eyes, no judgment, only a profound sense of acknowledgement. Then, Esau's eyes fell upon the herds, the vast procession of livestock that stretched as far as the eye could see. He looked at Jacob, a question etched on his face. "What do you mean by all this company, which I met?" he asked, his voice now carrying a hint of curiosity, even wonder. Jacob, finding his voice, explained, his words tumbling out with a newfound ease, "It was to find favor in the sight of my Lord." He confessed his fear, the deep-seated anxiety that had driven him to send the gifts, to approach his brother with such caution. He admitted that he had thought, "I must appease him with an offering before he meets me, and after that I will see his face. Perhaps he will receive me." The honesty was disarming. He was no longer the cunning trickster, but a man laying bare his vulnerability, his fear, and his desperate hope for peace. Esau's response was a balm to Jacob's wounded soul. "I have enough, my brother," he said, his voice resonating with a warmth that Jacob had never dared to imagine. "Keep what you have for yourself." The words were not a dismissal, but an assurance of sufficiency, a testament to Esau's own prosperity and his magnanimity. He had enough, not just in material wealth, but in the richness of his own life, and he did not need to take from his brother. He then turned to Jacob, his gaze direct and unwavering. "Go on, let us go, and I will go before you." It was an invitation, not a command, a gesture of solidarity, a willingness to lead the way, to clear the path forward for his estranged brother. Jacob, still trying to comprehend the magnitude of this turn of events, responded with a humility that was both genuine and strategic. He knew that Esau's offer was a profound act of grace, but he also recognized the complexities of their reunited families and households. "My Lord knows that the children are frail, and that the flocks and herds with young are a great burden to me. If I should overwork them one day, all the flocks will die. Let my Lord pass on before his servant. I will lead on gently, at the pace of the beast that is before me and at the pace of the children, until I come to my Lord in Seir." He was not trying to manipulate Esau, he was simply stating the practical realities of his journey, while subtly guiding them towards a pace that he could manage. He was, in essence, asking for Esau's understanding and patience, a request that Esau, in his newfound goodwill, readily granted. As they journeyed together, the distance between their camps was a visible representation of the careful dance of reconciliation. Jacob, always a bit further behind, would move his possessions slowly, deliberately, allowing Esau and his men to forge ahead. This was not merely a matter of logistics, it was a symbolic act of deference, a constant acknowledgement of Esau's seniority and the deep wound that had been inflicted. Each day, as Jacob's caravan caught up to Esau's encampment, the process of negotiation and understanding would begin anew. Esau, a man of the land, understood the rhythms of nature and the demands of family. He did not press Jacob, nor did he seem to resent the slower pace. The memory of the blessing theft was still present, a silent shadow that hung in the air, but it was no longer the dominant force. It was being overshadowed by the undeniable reality of Esau's forgiveness. Jacob, watching his brother interact with his children, seeing the genuine warmth in his eyes, began to understand that the divine intervention was not just in averting disaster, but in transforming hearts. God had not only protected him from Esau's wrath, but had also softened Esau's heart, preparing him to receive his brother back into the fold. This was the true miracle, the profound turning point. The lineage of Abraham, which had been fractured by deceit and resentment, was now being mended, not by human effort alone, but by the powerful, restorative grace of God. The journey continued, each day bringing them closer to the ancestral lands, closer to the heart of their shared heritage. The fear that had gripped Jacob for so long began to dissipate, replaced by a quiet awe. He had wrestled with God, and in that wrestling, he had found not just his own strength, but the strength of divine love that could mend even the deepest of rifts. Esau's forgiveness was a testament to that love, a powerful symbol of reconciliation that would echo through the generations. The path ahead was still uncertain, the challenges of establishing themselves in Canaan were yet to be faced, but for the first time, Jacob felt that he was not walking alone. He had faced his brother, and in doing so, he had also faced himself, and found not condemnation, but the unexpected, overwhelming grace of God. The legacy of Abraham was not just about promises and land, it was also about the power of forgiveness, the enduring strength of family, and the miraculous ways in which God could weave even the most broken threads into a tapestry of hope. The churning waters of the Jabbok River seemed to mirror the tempest in Jacob's soul. He had sent his family and his possessions across the ford, a strategic maneuver to protect them, but one that left him utterly alone on the desolate riverbank. The darkness was absolute, a velvet cloak that concealed the world and amplified the sounds of his own thumping heart. He was a man adrift, cast upon the shores of his own making, the weight of 2 decades of deception and flight pressing down on him like the very earth beneath his feet. The encounter with Esau had been unexpectedly, miraculously, redemptive, a balm on a wound he had believed would fester eternally. Yet, as the dust settled, a deeper reckoning remained. The physical journey westward was almost complete, but the spiritual one was only just beginning. And it demanded a solitary confrontation, a wrestling that transcended human adversaries.